Kick one. Kick one.
Selamat datang di Universitas Bangka Belitung, sebuah kampus yang berada di kawasan strategis pada daerah yang tenang dan asri dengan luas lahan mencapai 146 hektar. Secara historis, Universitas Bangka Belitung atau yang dikenal dengan UBB berdiri pada 12 April 2006 yang merupakan penggabungan dari 3 perguruan tinggi swasta, di antaranya Stiper Bangka, STTP Pahlawan 12 Bangka, dan Polman Timah. Hingga pada akhirnya tertanggal 19 November 2010, Universitas Bangka Belitung resmi menjadi perguruan tinggi negeri serta mencatatkan diri sebagai kampus terbesar di Provinsi Kepulauan Bangka Belitung. Saat ini Universitas Bangka Belitung telah memiliki 5 fakultas dengan 20 program studi. Di antaranya, Fakultas Pertanian, Perikanan, dan Biologi dengan 6 program studi, yakni Agroteknologi, Agribisnis, Aquakultur, Manajemen Sumber Daya Perairan, Ilmu Kelautan, dan Biologi. Fakultas Teknik dengan 7 program studi, yakni Teknik Sipil, Teknik Elektro, Teknik Pertambangan, Teknik Mesin, Matematika, Kimia, dan Fisika. Fakultas Ekonomi dengan 3 program studi, yakni Manajemen, Akuntansi, dan Ekonomi. Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik dengan memiliki 3 program studi, yakni Sosiologi, Ilmu Politik, Sastra Inggris. Dan Fakultas Hukum dengan program studi Hukum.
Di tahun 2022, Universitas Bangka Belitung memiliki beberapa program studi baru, di antaranya program vokasi, yakni D3 Keperawatan, dan 5 program studi sarjana, di antaranya Arsitektur, Teknologi Informasi, Perencanaan Wilayah dan Kota, Perikanan Tangkap, dan Bisnis Digital, serta 3 program studi magister, yaitu Magister Hukum, Magister Manajemen, dan Magister Pertanian. Fakultas Kedokteran dan Ilmu Kesehatan dengan 2 program studi, yakni Kedokteran dan Pendidikan Profesi Dokter.
Dalam upaya mendukung proses aktivitas akademik mahasiswa, UBB memfasilitasi beragam kegiatan penguatan akademik, seperti perkuliahan yang berkualitas, praktikum yang relevan dan kontekstual, magang dan kuliah lapangan, serta layanan akademik yang memungkinkan mahasiswa menyelesaikan studi dengan baik. Sementara di bidang non-akademik, UBB memfasilitasi beragam organisasi kemahasiswaan seperti Dewan Perwakilan Mahasiswa, Badan Eksekutif Mahasiswa, unit kegiatan mahasiswa, dan berbagai kegiatan yang berorientasi pada penguatan kapasitas organisatoris, teamwork, dan soft skill mahasiswa. Didukung lebih kurang 200 dosen yang telah tersertifikasi sebagai pendidik profesional yang merupakan lulusan dari berbagai kampus ternama dalam dan luar negeri, serta lebih kurang 300 staf dan tenaga pendukung, UBB saat ini terus mengembangkan berbagai potensi kampus untuk dapat mensejajarkan diri dengan perguruan tinggi ternama lainnya. Ditopang sarana perkuliahan dalam beberapa klaster, fasilitas perkantoran yang terus dioptimalkan, fasilitas olahraga yang memadai, serta sarana pendukung yang representatif, UBB hadir sebagai kampus negeri berbiaya terjangkau dan ramah dengan kondisi finansial orang tua mahasiswa. Dengan sistem pembiayaan pendidikan berbasis atas dukungan dari berbagai pihak, UBB pun menyediakan beragam beasiswa, di antaranya beasiswa KIP kuliah, beasiswa Pemprov, beasiswa BI, beasiswa Salim, beasiswa KJMU, beasiswa Jarum, beasiswa Vivian Garden, beasiswa internal kampus UBB, Silent Pool, serta beragam bantuan dan dukungan perkuliahan lainnya. Dalam rangka mewujudkan visi internasionalisasi, UBB terlibat dalam berbagai kerjasama internasional melalui pertukaran mahasiswa ke luar negeri, menerima mahasiswa dari luar negeri, dosen tamu dalam dan luar negeri, kerjasama antar kampus dalam dan luar negeri, serta terlibat dalam berbagai penyelenggaraan seminar dan konferensi internasional. UBB juga mengembangkan kerjasama mutual dengan berbagai lembaga dan industri seperti pemerintah daerah, kementerian, BUMN, dan sektor swasta.
Tantangan kita ke depan adalah disrupsi teknologi dan perubahan yang sangat cepat. Universitas Bangka Belitung sedang menyiapkan diri dan insya Allah juga menyiapkan para mahasiswa untuk siap menghadapi tantangan tersebut. Di Universitas Bangka Belitung, Anda akan menemui begitu banyak proses pembelajaran yang berorientasi kepada hal-hal yang produktif untuk menghasilkan karya-karya unggul di bidang penelitian dan pengabdian kepada masyarakat. Juga tentu saja memberikan keunggulan di bidang akademik supaya teman-teman mahasiswa siap terjun ke dunia kerja dan ikut mewarnai perubahan yang cepat tersebut. UBB saat ini telah menjadi rumah belajar bagi ribuan mahasiswa dari berbagai provinsi. Kehadiran Anda adalah bagian dari proses kita untuk menjadikan Universitas Bangka Belitung semakin tumbuh dan berkembang sebagai kampus yang kredibel dan disegani. Yuk teman-teman semua, bergabung bersama Universitas Bangka Belitung, unggul membangun peradaban, kampus kita.
Sebagai kampus dengan tagline unggul membangun peradaban, UBB menantang para anak-anak muda milenial untuk bergabung bersama dalam sebuah proses pengembangan diri yang kuat, berjati diri lokal, berorientasi global, tumbuh bersama, berkembang bersama, dan besar bersama. Dan kini UBB terus memperkuat program sarjana, bersiap mengembangkan program pasca sarjana, serta menyambut hangat kebijakan Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka. Dengan segenap optimisme, bersama UBB, bergerak cepat dengan fondasi yang kuat menuju UBB hebat.
Tuh, jangan sampai kotak putus-putus.
Belum.
Belum,
Bukan lewat ya?
belum Pak.
Yang hijau.
I want to tell you about a beautiful place. An island in the land of Sumatra, surrounded by beaches and blue sea. Kepulauan Bangka Belitung. I felt the beauty of this island when I looked at the rows of green hills surrounding Lake Pading. I felt the sunlight reflecting off the water as it touched my face. The presence of culture is visible everywhere and so strong. I just realized that these islands are so historic and a testament to the struggle of a nation's proclaimer, Soekarno-Hatta. It can be seen from the structure of the traditional houses that makes me endlessly admire it. The abundant wealth of the sea is a source of variety of foods that are so tempting. Even some foods that are legendary until now can still be enjoyed from generation to generation. The experience of exploring these islands inspired my friendship with a friend out there. And today I plan to celebrate our friendship on this island, together sharing the excitement and stories of the places where I live.
Temukan keseruan dan pengalaman berkesanmu di Kepulauan Bangka Belitung.
Ladies and gentlemen, we cordially to invite you to camera. Tick, tick, tick. Ladies and gentlemen, we cordially invite you to be ready and turn on your camera during the session. Make sure that your audio is on mute mode because in a few minutes the opening ceremony will proceed. We also invite you to rename your name with the suggested format from the committee. Sisir pantai tempatnya nelayan. Nelayan singgah menyandarkan sau. Salam sapa kami ucapkan. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let us pray to God because of the mercy and the blessing we can gather here in this great occasion. We do hope that everyone is in good and healthy condition. Welcome to the opening session of the 5th International Conference on Green Energy and Environment, and welcome to the opening of the 7th Seminar Nasional Penelitian dan Pengabdian kepada Masyarakat with the theme Science and Technology Revolution for Green Energy and Environmental Sustainability in the Post-Pandemic Era. It is an honor for us to inform you that among us here we have the Acting Official Governor of Bangka Belitung Province, Dr. Suganda Pandaputan Pasaribu AP MSc MSc, the Honorable Rector of Universitas Bangka Belitung, Professor Ibrahim MSc, the Deans of Engineering Faculty and other Deans from other faculties in Universitas Bangka Belitung, the Head of Bureau in Universitas Bangka Belitung, the Head of Technical Service Unit in Universitas Bangka Belitung, and all the invited and distinguished guests and presenters in this virtual room that cannot be mentioned one by one. On behalf of the committee as well, we would like to say a huge appreciation to Bangka Belitung Islands Provincial Government, Bangka Belitung Islands Tourism and Culture Service, Communication and Information Service, and General Bureau for becoming our sponsors who have helped us along the preparation of this international conference. My name is Sandy Ferianda, and I will be the master of ceremony for this opening session. The agendas of this opening event are singing Indonesian National Anthem, welcome speech from head of ICoGEE Committee, welcome speech from the Dean of Faculty of Engineering, welcome speech from Director of Universitas Bangka Belitung, welcome speech from Governor of Bangka Belitung Province, opening prayer, plenary sessions, giving appreciations to keynote speakers, and photo session. Ladies and gentlemen, stepping to our first agenda this morning, let us all sing Indonesian National Anthem. All audience in the room, please stand up, and all audience in the virtual room, please sit appropriately. Ladies and gentlemen, before we commence the event, let us listen to a welcoming speech from the chairperson of ICoGEE Conference 2023. To Mr. Gus Karnali, STMP, the screen is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. On behalf of the International Conference on Green Energy and Environment, ICoGEE 2023 Committee, we extend our utmost gratitude to the following esteemed individuals. Distinguished Mr. Professor Dr. Ibrahim, MSc, Rector of Universitas Bangka Belitung. Mr. Dr. Suganda Pandapatan Pasaribu, MSc, Governor of Bangka Belitung Island Province. Mr. Elias Kustiawan, MSc, Dean of the Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Bangka Belitung. Keynote speakers, Mr. Professor Dr. Ing Insinyur Misri Gozan, Magister Technology from Indonesia. Mr. Professor Dr. Effendi bin Muhammad from Malaysia. Ms. Dr. Ivana Hassa from United Kingdom, and Mr. Ziming, PhD from Singapore. All participants of the International Conference on Green Energy and Environment, we are delighted to have you with us. It is a great honor to stand here now as representative of the International Conference on Green Energy and Environment 2023 Committee. We are delighted to welcome all the participants, the experts, and the academic from around the world to the 5th ICoGEE virtual conference. The conference will be hosted by the Faculty of Engineering Universitas Bangka Belitung, co-hosted by University Technical Malaysia Malacca, and supported by the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology. Also, the government of Bangka Belitung Island Province and State Electricity Enterprise Regional Bangka will be held in today on September 26 until 27, 2023, with the theme Science and Technology, Evolution from Green Energy and Environmental Sustainability in the Post-Pandemic Era. As an annual conference, ICoGEE provides a highly competitive forum for informing and reporting the latest innovation development of green energy and application, environmental science and technology, also energy and environmental management. The conference parallel session allows presenters to share their research results and exchange new ideas, information, and application related to the theory, design and development, and implementation, testing, or evolution of green energy and environment. This year, ICoGEE invited 4 keynote speakers from United Kingdom, Singapore, Malaysia, and Indonesia to have more in-depth discussion. And 121 articles from participant ICoGEE with affiliacy 9 countries consists of Indonesia, Japan, USA, Thailand, Vietnam, Malaysia, Turkey, Philippines, and United Kingdom. We would like to thank all those who heartily welcome from this conference, including the author, the editor, and the reviewer committee, especially as per our gratitude to our keynote speaker, publisher, co-organizer, sponsor, and individuals who have contributed to the event and success of this conference. In conclusion, we extend our warm welcome to the ICoGEE Virtual Conference 2023, and we hope that all of you have a fruitful experience. That's all for now. We apologize for any mistake and extend our best we wish to all. May God bless us all. Amin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Gus Karnali, for the speech. The second agenda is we're going to listen to a speech from the Dean of Engineering Faculty. To Mr. Elias Kustiawan, MSE, the screen is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the International Conference on Green Energy and Environment 2023 Organizing Committee, we extend a warm gratitude to following individuals: Sir Professor Dr. Ibrahim, MSc, Rector of Universitas Bangka Belitung; Dr. Suganda Pandopatan Pasaribu, MSc, Governor of Bangka Belitung Island Province. Keynote speakers: Professor Dr. Insinyur Misri Gozan from Indonesia, Professor Dr. Effendi bin Muhammad from Malaysia, Ms. Dr. Ivan Hassa from United Kingdom, and Mr. Siming, PhD from Singapore, and all participants, experts, and academics from around the world who submitted and participated in fifth ICoGEE virtual conference. We extend our gratitude to our team keynote speakers from government, practitioners, industry, and academia, both locally and internationally, for their profound knowledge and experience in sustainable energy and environmental sustainability. The Faculty of Engineering at the Universitas Bangka Belitung, serving as the host for the ICoGEE annual conference, has carefully curated the overarching topic, is encompassing several subtopics: green energy application, environmental science and technology, and energy and environmental management. These topics are designed to be flexible, allowing participants to expand upon them within the context of innovation and their seminar ideas. The upcoming virtual conference is scheduled to take place from September 26 until 27, 2023, under the same time, technology revolution for green energy and environmental sustainability in the post-pandemic era. These three fundamental topics blend with contemporary global issues, supporting the Sustainable Development Goals (SDGs) to steer us toward a better future. We believe that the ideas, research, and implementation presented by participants in this conference would possible contribute to the world. We would like to thank all the committees and people who always gave their hands to preparing this conference, especially for Mr. Gus Karnali as the chairman of ICoGEE 2023. At the Universitas Bangka Belitung, I extend a warm welcome to all of you to the ICoGEE virtual conference this conference. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the speech, Mr. Elias. The next session is we're going to listen to a speech from the Rector of Universitas Bangka Belitung, Professor Ibrahim. The screen is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning to all of you. First of all, allow me to welcome you all to the opening speech of the conference. The Honorable Mr. Suganda Pandapotan, the official Governor of Bangka and Engineering, Bangka Belitung University, the head of committee and the distinguished speakers of our conference today, Professor Dr. Misri Gozan from University of Indonesia, Professor Effendi bin Muhammad from University of Technical Malaysia Melaka, Associate Professor Siming from Nanyang Technological University Singapore, and also Assistant Professor Ivana Hasa from Warwick University, United Kingdom. All the audience and participants from many institutions. On behalf of Bangka Belitung University, Director, I'm very happy to welcome all to the conference and an international conference that is regularly held by Faculty of Engineering, Bangka Belitung University. I think this is the only one conference in Bangka Belitung province which organizes an indexing Scopus paper. And we are happy to welcome the the fifth year of the conference in this faculty and fast become as the popular conference in the field of study. Even this conference and had invited many scholars and professors from different countries, universities, field of studies, and also sub-research topic. Even though the COVID pandemic had brought impact of on the type of the conference, we have seen that the participants and papers are growing better and better year by year. I would like to thank to the faculty leaders and all the teams for constantly organizing the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme chosen by the committee this year is Science and Technology Revolution for Green and Environment Sustainability in the Post-Pandemic Era. Three keywords of the conference, I think, about science and technology revolution, green energy also, and environment sustainability, and also the post-pandemic era. These three keywords are very relevant for the current and future needs. We discussed the technology which is developing very fast and always improving day by day, and we meet many ideas and models. We also discussed green energy and sustainability perspective, where we face many problems regarding to the limitation of our fossil energy and image of our environment. We are discussing also the post-COVID era, where we are discussing the economic, social, politics, and many aspects of our quality of life. Through this conference, I believe that all participants will share the interesting research results, as all participants have prepared the article long time ago. This is not only about the presentation, I think, and publication, but also how to share our findings. So I hope all participants will actively participate in the parallel session. Let's get the new insight of our expertise. Ladies and gentlemen, and the Dean of Faculty of Engineering, and also all audience, in the region of Bangka Belitung itself, the conference is quite relevant, and I think the selected topic consider the local problem. Tin mining and its impact on the environment is still relevant to the Bangka Belitung today, as well as the search of alternative energy such as thorium, nuclear, and also other mineral resources. We also have a problem with how to advance our technological development as we live in the island. That's why I hope that the paper that will be published after the conference will give us many recommendations to solve the problem. But the most important thing is the contribution of the conference in enriching the development of the scientific and atmosphere. Finally, I hope the conference will build cooperation among the party speakers also, both individually and institutionally. We are happy to share the potential capacity among us and will enrich citizens mutually. And I would like to thank you for all attending for the attending the conference, especially the committee for organizing the conference very well. That's all. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Ibrahim, for the speech. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to the plenary session, let's have a moment of prayer. To lead the session, I would like to call Mr. Kurnia LCMAG.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الحمد لله رب العالمين وبه نستعين على أمور الدنيا والدين والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وأصحابه ومن والاه اللهم لك الحمد شكرا ولك المن فضلا وأنت ربنا حقا ونحن عبيدك رقا وأنت لم تزال لذلك أهلا اللهم يا ميسر كل عسير ويا جابر كل كسير ويا صاحب كل فريد ويا مغني كل فقير ويا مقوي كل ضعيف ويا مأمن كل مخيف يسر علينا يا الله كل العسير فتيسير العسير عليك يسير اللهم يا من لا يحتاج إلى البيان والتفسير حاجاتنا إليك كثير حاجاتنا إليك كثير وأنت عالم بها وخبير برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين اللهم اغفر لنا ذنوبنا ولوالدينا وارحمهم كما ربونا صغارا ولجميع المسلمين والمسلمات والمؤمنين والمؤمنات برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين اللهم اجعل اجتماعنا هذا اجتماعا مرحوما مباركا وتفرقنا من بعده تفرقا معصوما اللهم لا تدع لنا في مقامنا هذا ذنبا إلا غفرته ولا هما إلا فرجته ولا عيبا إلا سترته ولا مريضا إلا شفيته ولا طالبا إلا نجحته ولا ميتا إلا رحمته ولا حاجة من حوائج الدنيا والآخرة إلا قضيتها ويسرتها يا ربنا يا رب العالمين اللهم إنا نسألك سلامة في الدين وعافية في الجسد وزيادة في العلم وبركة في الرزق وتوبة قبل الموت ورحمة عند الموت ومغفرة بعد الموت اللهم هون علينا في سكرات الموت والنجاة من النار والعفو عند الحساب اللهم بارك لنا في عمرنا اللهم بارك لنا في أهلنا اللهم بارك لنا في أرزاقنا اللهم بارك لنا في معاملتنا اللهم بارك لنا في شغلنا اللهم بارك لنا في الدنيا والآخرة ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد النبي الأمي وعلى آله وصحبه وبارك وسلم سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين أدنا الله وإياكم أجمعين هذا وشكرا والعفو منكم السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kurnia, for the prayer. Ladies and gentlemen, by the end of the prayer, it signalizes the end of our opening session of the 5th International Conference on Green Energy and Environment 2023. After this, we're going to have a plenary session and listen to talks from our distinguished keynote speakers. To lead this session, I would like to invite our moderator later on, and she is also one of the lecturers from engineering faculty. And this session is going to be started at 9 o'clock.
Ada itunya Pak.
Jadi makanan itu benar. Jalan ini.
Jadi kamu mau apa? Kamu mau bubuk.
Selamat datang di Universitas Bangka Belitung, sebuah kampus yang berada di kawasan strategis pada daerah yang tenang dan asri dengan luas lahan mencapai 146 hektar. Secara historis, Universitas Bangka Belitung atau yang dikenal dengan UBB berdiri pada 12 April 2006 yang merupakan penggabungan dari 3 perguruan tinggi swasta, di antaranya Stiper Bangka, STTP Pahlawan 12 Bangka, dan Polman Timah. Hingga pada akhirnya tertanggal 19 November 2010, Universitas Bangka Belitung resmi menjadi perguruan tinggi negeri serta mencatatkan diri sebagai kampus terbesar di Provinsi Kepulauan Bangka Belitung. Saat ini Universitas Bangka Belitung telah memiliki 5 fakultas dengan 20 program studi. Di antaranya, Fakultas Pertanian, Perikanan, dan Biologi dengan 6 program studi, yakni Agroteknologi, Agribisnis, Aquakultur, Manajemen Sumber Daya Perairan, Ilmu Kelautan, dan Biologi. Fakultas Teknik dengan 7 program studi, yakni Teknik Sipil, Teknik Elektro, Teknik Pertambangan, Teknik Mesin, Matematika, Kimia, dan Fisika. Fakultas Ekonomi dengan 3 program studi, yakni Manajemen, Akuntansi, dan Ekonomi. Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik dengan memiliki 3 program studi, yakni Sosiologi, Ilmu Politik, Sastra Inggris. Dan Fakultas Hukum dengan program studi Hukum.
Di tahun 2022, Universitas Bangka Belitung memiliki beberapa program studi baru, di antaranya program vokasi, yakni D3 Keperawatan, dan 5 program studi sarjana, di antaranya Arsitektur, Teknologi Informasi, Perencanaan Wilayah dan Kota, Perikanan Tangkap, dan Bisnis Digital, serta 3 program studi magister, yaitu Magister Hukum, Magister Manajemen, dan Magister Pertanian. Fakultas Kedokteran dan Ilmu Kesehatan dengan 2 program studi, yakni Kedokteran dan Pendidikan Profesi Dokter.
Dalam upaya mendukung proses aktivitas akademik mahasiswa, UBB memfasilitasi beragam kegiatan penguatan akademik, seperti perkuliahan yang berkualitas, praktikum yang relevan dan kontekstual, magang dan kuliah lapangan, serta layanan akademik yang memungkinkan mahasiswa menyelesaikan studi dengan baik. Sementara di bidang non-akademik, UBB memfasilitasi beragam organisasi kemahasiswaan, seperti Dewan Perwakilan Mahasiswa, Badan Eksekutif Mahasiswa, unit kegiatan mahasiswa, dan berbagai kegiatan yang berorientasi pada penguatan kapasitas organisatoris, teamwork, dan soft skill mahasiswa. Didukung lebih kurang 200 dosen yang telah tersertifikasi sebagai pendidik profesional, yang merupakan lulusan dari berbagai kampus ternama dalam dan luar negeri, serta lebih kurang 300 staf dan tenaga pendukung. UBB saat ini terus mengembangkan berbagai potensi kampus untuk dapat mensejajarkan diri di
Enggak di live streaming dia juga.
Ya, nih loading. Ada suara apa, Fer? Masuk udah? Apa ya? Tiba-tiba langsung hilang sinyal.
always impart a remembrance of sweetness in our hearts. Similar to loveliness stored at the edge of memory to keep giving us a reason to smile. Similar to Kepulauan Bangka Belitung, its marine blue sea felt as if mesmerizing us to dive into the splendor of Indonesia. Along with the lining of its coastal rocks, somehow felt to be embedding magic, bearing us to keep in mind of how exotic this isle is. Kepulauan Bangka Belitung always deliver you adventures that your mind will never want to forget. Come and explore the beauty of Kepulauan Bangka Belitung. You know, nature always impart. You know, nature always impart a remembrance of sweetness in our hearts. Similar to loveliness stored at the edge of memory to keep giving us a reason to smile. Similar to Kepulauan Bangka Belitung, its marine blue sea felt as if mesmerizing us to dive into the splendor of Indonesia. Along with the lining of its coastal rocks, somehow felt to be embedding magic, bearing us to keep in mind of how exotic this isle is. Kepulauan Bangka Belitung always deliver you adventures that your mind will never want to forget. Come and explore the beauty of Kepulauan Bangka Belitung.
Talks from our distinguished keynote speakers on various topics: green energy, sustainable manufacturing for green future and the next generations, sustainable energy storage technology. To lead this session, I would like to invite our moderator. She is one of the lecturers from engineering faculty. Please welcome Ms. Isma Fahria, MSc.
Apa ya orang tadi yang katanya?
Well, thank you, Mr. Sandi Feriando, for the great introduction. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning to all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 5th International Conference on Green Energy and Environment, Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Bangka Belitung, with the theme Science and Technology Revolution for Green Energy and Environmental Sustainability in the Post-Pandemic Era. My name is Isma Fahria, and I'm the lecturer at Universitas Bangka Belitung, and I will be serving as your moderator today. First of all, before we start our plenary session today, I would like to remind you a few rules on this online conference. First, participants are required to rename the Zoom account with the format /code _ID paper _underscore name _ institution. For example, you can write down A001 _Ririn Amelia _UBB _Indonesia. The second, participants must use the virtual background of ICoGEE that has been provided by the committee. And the third, during the session, participants are required to turn on video and mute audio. And the fourth, question and answer session were conducted through Zoom meeting chat with the format keynote speaker code _name _institution _question or raise your hand feature. And the keynote speaker code description, you can put Mr. Gozan to the symbol MG. And if you want to ask a question to Effendi bin Mohammed, you can put EF. And if you want to ask a question to Mr. Siming, then you can put XM. And last but not least, if you want to ask a question to Ms. Ivana Hassa, then you can put IH to the speaker code description. In this plenary session, you'll be hearing some presentation from our speaker, Mr. Professor Dr. Engineering Insinyur Misri Gozan, Master Technology from Universitas Indonesia, Mr. Associate Professor Siming from Nanyang Technological University, Singapore, Mr. Professor T.S. Dr. Effendi bin Mohammed from University Technical Malaysia, Melaka, Malaysia, and Ms. Assistant Professor Dr. Ivana Hassa from University of Warwick, United Kingdom. In addition, before we get started, I wanted to take a few minutes of your time to remind about the rules in the session. Each presenter have 20 to 25 minutes to present their presentation. And for audiences who wants to ask a question to our speakers, there will be question and answer session after the fourth of the speakers finish their presentation. Now, moving along to our session, please welcome Mr. Professor Dr. Engineering Insinyur Misri Gozan, Master Technology from Universitas Indonesia, who will be speaking to us on the effects of solvents on thermostability, esterification, and enzymatic ring opening polymerization, or EROPE, of L-lactate by Candida rugosalipase immobilized on saline matrix. But before our speaker delivers his presentation, allow me to read his curriculum vitae. And as you can see to the screen, Professor Dr. Engineering Insinyur Misri Gozan, Master Technology IPU, was born on September 22, 1968 in Cirebon, West Java, Indonesia. And then he's graduated his Bachelor of Engineering in Gas Petrochemical Engineering, Universitas Indonesia Chemical Engineering in 1987 until 1993, and then he's graduated Master of Technology from Process and Environmental Engineering from Meiji University, Palmerston North Zealand Master of Technology in 1996 to 1998, and then he got Doctor Engineer from Faculty of Geoforestry and Hydroscience at Technical University Dresden, Germany in 2001 to 2004. And then he graduate postdoctoral program at King Saud University, Riyadh, Saudi Arabia in 2009 to 2010. And he is now a professor in chemical engineering in Universitas Indonesia in 2013 to present. And there are some international experience, as we can see to the screen. In 2018 until present, he is a chairman executive committee of IABEE PII. And okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think without further ado, Mr. Misri Gozan, are you there? And are you ready?
Yes, yes, thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Misri Gozan, the screen is yours.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for having me here, the organizing committee and steering committee, and distinguished keynote speakers and invited speakers and all of the participants here. Thank you very much for allowing me to be the first keynote speech here. Congratulations to the organizing committee for organizing this conference. For I think this is the so for the seventh time, yeah, for the fifth time of the International Conference on Green Energy and Environment. So thank you for moderator for introducing me, and allow me now to share my okay. Now you have seen, okay. Can you hear my voice clearly or?
Yes, we can hear you clearly, Mr.
Okay, and also my presentation here. I would like to deliver some of our research in the Department of Chemical Engineering in our Universitas Indonesia, and also the Research Center for Biomass Valorization. We would like to deliver the effect of solvents on thermostability, esterification, and enzymatic ring opening polymerization, or EROP, of lactide by Candida rugose lipase immobilized in salad matrix. So we know that we are in the world, we cannot help using the plastic. We use plastic in almost everything in our life. If you can see in our glass, in our hams, in our shirts, in our shoes, in our everything. We use plastics for packaging, for materials, and for. But now we understand that we should move not only using plastic because it is very resistant in the environment. We use now bioplastic. So because we would like to decompose plastic, so it will not ruin or damage the environment. There are a lot of stories about plastic killing animals around the world, especially in the oceans. Now we are using bioplastic, and it becomes more and more common in our life. Our packaging is bioplastic, and we would like to move more that it is faster compostable. So we now learn about the compostable bioplastic, and especially there are three kinds of bioplastic, compostable bioplastic in the world that become more popular. One of them is polylactic acid, or PLA, and we can call it also as the environmentally responsible plastic. So basically, we use this PLA in the most of our daily life for food packaging, especially. This can be degraded in 120 days after the production, or when it's released to the market. They can be easily composed after 120 or 3 months. And this is far more it's faster than what is the bioplastic before, which is maybe still compostable about years, but this is in weeks or months. And we use also the bioplastic for biomedical or implants. This is to, for example, for cranial implants, we would like to have bioplastic or materials that is solved in our system, in our body system, and it's not toxic, and it is flexible and different kind of specification. So basically, we use it the PLA for bottles instead of PET, for example, because PET is toxic. They actually release the functional groups that is dangerous to our life, and it is years to be decomposed. We use also plastic films for bag, thermoforming for food packaging, and fibers for clothing, non-wovens for protecting the kids, and 3D printing, and also injection molding or rotomolding, etc. So what is PLA? PLA is a polyester. It means that the polymer containing the ester groups. There are possible monomers, or we can call it building blocks. There are two possible monomers to build polylactic acid. It is the first one is lactic acid. We can see the just a minute. We can see the molecular figure here. This polylactic acid with the 3 oxygen here and with carboxylate, and lactide here with the ring of carbon ring with some with the CO here, and the O in one 2 of the 6 cyclic. This is the lactide. So these are 2 monomers that is building the PLA. So we hope that by using this polymer, this is non-toxic and can be released from the body through the Krebs cycle. So this means that PLA can be used for biomedical purposes, especially for the implants. And this is one of the projects that is in our research center for biomass valorization, in collaboration with Research Center for Biomedical Engineering. Yeah. So we would like to produce the greener process of PLA. So it's not only the product itself, it is green, but also the process is also greener. So we use the enzymatic for ring opening polymerization of lactides, and there has been quite many studies in using lipases, whether it's in bulk or in a solvent for this enzymatic ring opening polymerization. So this we can use because the enzyme itself is very expensive. We have to, and also for the purpose of separation, we have to immobilize the enzyme. There are several techniques for doing that. We are now trying to some of these techniques for for the immobilization in cell matrix. So the goals is first, I would like to introduce here. One is the first part is to start to evaluate the effect of solvents on the thermostability of immobilized Candida rugosa lipase in solvent ethanol and acetone. And also the second part, we would like to talk about the effect of solvent hydrophilicity with various log P values on the enzymatic ring opening polymerization of L-lactide performed using Candida rugosa lipase or CRL. So let's introduce the first one, the first part. Immobilization method is we are using according to Sugahara and Faria with a little bit of modification. And we use the crude Candida rugosa lipase in several concentration, dissolved in phosphate buffer solution, and mixed with Selite 5 for the support or matrix. And the mixture was treated at various temperatures under continuous stirring for various immobilization times. And ethanol and acetone were added separately in different experiments in the last 30 minutes of incubation. And the immobilized lipase was collected by vacuum filtration, dried in desiccator, and stored in the fridge. So these are the results. The effect of Candida rugosa lipase concentration on the immobilization process on esterification activity. And the left side of the slide, we can see the ethanol as the activity depends on the concentration. And the best one, this is for 35 milligram per milliliter compared to 20 and 50. And this is not the case for acetone. Acetone, the best part is at 20. So this means that we can use the solvent differently concentration, and the second result is the effect of immobilization temperature on esterification activity. We tried different temperature. This first part of my slides is for the first time before we moving to the next. We were moving to the next level of research. We know that the best for both ethanol and acetone solvents, this 40 degrees Celsius is the best or optimum condition for doing the immobilization. And the effect of time on esterification activity, we see that the 60-minute provide the highest activity for both ethanol and acetone, although the activity is much higher in the acetone solvent compared to ethanol, which is several times higher. So the next, the last one, we can see that the stability, the thermostability is quite good here, but we know that the enzyme is very susceptible normally to the temperature, and you can see here that after immobilizing for both, this is immobilized in the upper part, and this is also immobilized in the upper part for both acetone. This is protected a little bit to the temperature, so it still has both are still have the higher activity compared to the free enzyme or non-immobilized enzyme. So here is much lower, although the trend is the same, but still the activity is much higher than unprotected or non-immobilized. Yeah. So then we move to the conclusion from this first part of research is that the lipase from Candida rugosa was successfully immobilized onto Selite 545, and the immobilization percentage is quite high. It's about more than half in both ethanol and acetone. We know why we say it's quite high, because ethanol and acetone are very good solvent to the lipase, but the immobilization still have the wind to absorb in the surface of salite 545. And the optimal esterification was find at this activity, and I forgot to put the one is more. The acetone is much higher than this one, but for power 10 minus 3, and the enzyme concentration is achieved at ethanol 35 and 20. Immobilization temperature is both are 40 degrees Celsius. Sorry, this is the highest one, ethanol, not in the acetone. And immobilization time is both achieved in 60 minutes, and immobilization pH is the best condition is in 6.5 for both ethanol and acetone. So through immobilization, the activity and thermostability of lipase was both improved. Now we move to the second part, which is the enzymatic ring opening. We will see further. We would like to make PLA from lactide. Especially L-lactate is favorable than D-lactide. This second experiment has the goal to see the effect of solvent hydrophilicity with various log P values. This represent the characteristic of the solvents on the enzymatic ring opening polymerization of L-lactide performed using Candida rugosa lipase. So what materials we are using: L-lactate, Candida rugosa, and dimethyl acetamide, and different kind of solvent here. Many kind of solvent we got it from Sigma Aldrich, and also some this for dodecan chloroform ethanol were obtained from Merck. The solvent used were in very high purity, while chloroform and methanol were of impure grade. So for the polymerization, lactate was put in a reaction tube with a predetermined amount of CRR, and the solvent effect was studied by adding this solvent, unless specified otherwise, into the reaction vessel, while the bulk enzymatic ring opening polymerization was performed without adding the solvent. The reaction mixture was then purged with argon at room temperature to push out air, and the reaction mixture was placed in oil bath. So this is the result from the NMR. How much time still I have here? I'm afraid that sometimes I don't put my time here. This is the L-lactate, the standard. We can see here from this is for PLA after ring opening. PLA is produced after ring opening with this is with no CRR, and this is with 5% CRR. The result is actually we can produce the PLA. We can see here the PLA, but actually the product is also a little bit removed or shifted to the left. And this is also, we can see the end of PLA change at the right side of the NMR. This is the monomer. We can see here also still, but with the CRR there are more PLA than the monomer. It means that higher PLA is produced with the CRR. So this is the bulk solvent free enzymatic ring opening of elected using Candida in comparison with other study. This is our result. It's still not very good, but we see here that there are polylactic acid is produced now. Compared to other thing here, this is especially number 7 is very high, the percentage here. That nevertheless, our research is still going on here. This is we are using a little bit. We are using a little bit smaller than what this one using, and also we are using 100 temperature degree and less time for polymerization. Nevertheless, that's why we should operate more. If we produce, we would like to produce more PLA here. And one of the most important thing of the bioplastic is the molecular weight, of course, because it is polymer. If we have to, we can consider here if we move, if we sorry. Okay. If we produce very high the molecular weight, it can have an effect to the characteristic, especially the strength and the flexibility of the bioplastic. So this is quite good. So 5,000, around 5,000 is quite good for the implant. It's flexible but strong enough. But if we have too much, too high here, this is considered for other purposes in biomedical, for example, for the knee protection, not for the face. But there are also some research would like to have much higher. For example, here it's also for different purposes. But the polymer diffraction index here is quite good. Is quite moderate to compare to others here. Now we see here the CNMR spectra obtained from bulk Europe with 5% CRR. This we can see this the mark peaks are the signal coming from the PLA main chain for this part. No, we didn't put all of the part. Now this is the effect of log P of the solvent, organic solvent, and also this is the one that we are using because of the monomer conversion is higher here than the others, and on lactate conversion and the number average molecular weight. This is the number of molecular weight MN, and here of the PLA in the enzymatic ring opening polymerization of L-lactate catalyzed by 5%, and monomer to solvent ratio 2.1 2 versus 1. And this is the abbreviation if you like to see more detail on this. But this is, I think this is those are very favorable to our next experiments in the future. So basically, what happened when the hydrophilic solvent present in the polymerization. So the influence of hydrophilic or low P solvent and hydrophilic, this is high, they're high. So the water is, because this is hydrophilic, the water is here, and when this is hydrophilic, the water is a little bit attracted to the solvent, so it can come into the lactite can come easily into here, and with the water, the reaction will be much better here. But with the hydrophobic solvent, so the polymerization, the water goes into here, and the polymerization, the water molecules that become better distribute in the reaction system, and high temperature prompt a faster initiation rate in the hydrophilic solvent compared to the hydrophobic system solvent. And this is the figure with we compare in the effect of monomer solvent on lactate conversion in A, and the isolated PLA yield in the EROP of 1 gram of lactate catalyzed by 5% at 100 degrees Celsius for 72 hours. Still, we are using three days. This is the result of the molecular weight of PLA with varying lactite by using this solvent ratio. This is biphasic solvent lactite catalyzed CRL. So this okay. And the next, we can see that the lactate mass compared to ratio is not a very big difference, but nevertheless, this one is higher than the other. And this we can see that the molecular weight is much higher, a little bit slightly higher than the other. But yeah, okay. Now we can compare our result with others here. That our study, we are using CRR, and this is the temperature, and we got molecular weight here, and this is PDI is a little bit higher. And if we compare to other using the same ionic liquid, sorry, not the biophase, but ionic liquid, to the comparison that we still have higher here, and with consistently we produce about 5,000 gram per mole, the molecular weight, when molecular, and also relative to the mass, like monomer composition was estimated with HNMR, and this is the value with ISA indicates that the value of this pair was not mentioned in this respective reference, and these are the abbreviation. So the conclusion of this second part of our research is the Candida rugosa can catalyze high purity lactates. Sorry, okay, can catalyze high purity lactates enzymatic ring opening polymerization, and the effect of solvent hydrophilicity on the ER of lactite was assessed in terms of monomer conversion. Sorry, and molecular weight of the PLA. The effect of solvent slot P, the characteristics of solvent on lactite conversion, did not follow the typical trend for enzymatic reaction, particularly because the water molecules are needed in the ROP mechanism. So this is one of the findings that we published here. And the ROP of L-lactate could only be performed at elevated temperature. It is more than 100 degrees Celsius. It means the protection or immobilization is very important as well. And the obtained molecular weight of the PLA still follow the common effect of log P on enzymatic transformation. And using ionic liquid BMI and BF6 as solvent for the EROP resulted in better monomer conversion and molecular weight than the organic solvents mediated EROP studied in our experiment. This study also pointed out that hydrolysis of this ionic liquid could occur at 100 degrees Celsius, even in the presence of small amount of water, possibly because the open lactite might lower the system's pH and due to the high pressure of the closed system. With this, I would like to conclude our research, our presentation, and I would like also to introduce our, this is our book last year in the beginning of the 2022. And we are hoping to have published this Wiley book soon, by end of this year. And we would like to thank the government for giving us the funding for this research, and also from our university for funding. And this, sorry, I have publication, but I some publication for this PLA, but I forgot to put in the slide. Thank you also very much for my students, and also for from my students for all your attention. With this, I would like to return the floor to the moderator. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry, my time is over, maybe. I have used 30 minutes.
We have 3 minutes left. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Gozan, for the wonderful presentation about the effects of solvents on thermostability, esterification, and enzymatic ring opening polymerization of L-lactite by Candida rugosalipase immobilized on saline matrix. And the results showed that the thermal stability of the immobilized biocatalyst and an increase in esterification activity at optimum condition that supported the efficiency of Selite 545 as lipase immobilization support. And also the results showed that the MIM-PF6 mediated and esterification and enzymatic ring opening polymerization gave better compression and molecular weight than the organic solvent mediated esterification and enzymatic ring opening polymerization. Okay, now, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the question and answer session. In this session, I will open 3 questions from the audience. If you wish to ask a question to our speaker, please kindly raise your hand on your Zoom platform or through Zoom meeting chat with the format, speaker code _name _institution and _question. And you can use speaker MG for the if you want to ask a question to Mr. Gozan. Well, okay, now I think
there is some questions already here.
okay. Do you want to raise your hand? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to ask to Mr. Gozan, our speaker, about the interesting topic that he has been delivered to us.
There is one here question from Mr. Gus Karnali. What are your reasons for doing the research? I think I can read it here. Can I answer this, moderator? Okay. Thank you very much. I think this is a question from Effendi bin Muhammad, and also, if I'm not mistaken, there are several reasons, but the most important thing is that we are in, as I mentioned in the first in the introduction, that we are in the cooperation with Research Center for Biomedical Engineering in Universitas Indonesia, that we would like to replace the metal used for the cranial. You see, if someone get the accident, for example, the cranial bone is face bone is broken. Usually, they do the surgery, and they put the metal plate here to perform the cranial bone, and also using the screw, the metal screw in the face So the effect is sometimes it's toxic, and it's not nice to have the inside our body to have the metal. We would like to replace it with the implants. There is a big project in our university to make a PLA to make a cranial biomaterial. So we are working together with the Faculty of Engineering, and as well as Faculty of Dentistry, and also Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Indonesia. So this is also, there is also a grant from the LPDP for this project for making a facial implant. I hope this answered the question.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gozan, for the answer. And maybe there is another participant who want to ask to Mr. Gozan. Please raise your hand, or you can write down your question to Zoom meeting chat with the format speaker code MG underscore name underscore institution and underscore question. Well, okay. I think we can wait for a minute, maybe for participant who wants to use or ask question to Mr. Gozan. You can raise your hand on your Zoom platform or through Zoom meeting chat with the format, speaker code MG underscore your name underscore institution and underscore question. So I think there is no question here for. There's a question left, Mr. Gozan.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much for the speaker, Mr. Gozan, for addressing such interesting topic.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, now.
I thank also for the organizing committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gozan. Well, now we're moving along to the second speaker. Please welcome Mr. Associate Professor Siming from Nanyang Technological University, Singapore, who will be speaking to us the topic about green energy harvesting growth. Before our speaker delivers his presentation, allow me to recite his curriculum vitae. And for all the participants, you can see the profile of our keynote speakers. There's Associate Professor Siming, PhD from Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. He has graduated his PhD degree in informatics from the University of Rennes, France in 1989. And then his graduate master degree in automation science from the University of Valenciennes, France in 1986. And he graduated his bachelor degree in control and automation engineering, Donghua University, Shanghai, China in 1984. And then you can see there are some professional affiliations, such as Adjunct Professor of the Huazhong University of Science and Technology in 2002, 2006 in Wuhan, China. And then a University Professor awarded by China's Jiangsu Provincial Government in 2014. And Entrepreneurship Professor awarded by China's Jiangsu Provincial Government in 2020 to 2022. And the last, he is Dean of the College of Electrical Engineering and Control Science at Nanjing Tech University in 2014 to 2016 in China. And then you can see there are some social services. He is a founding editor-in-chief of the International Journal of Humanoid Robotics, or IGHR, which is SCI or SCIE Index. And then he is a founding president of Robotics Society of Singapore, or RSS, and the founding president of Science Technology alliance between Singapore and China, or STAST. Okay, now we can
You will use the
invite
room.
Mr. Simeng.
Oh.
Are you ready, Mr. Simeng?
Okay, so
Yes.
please wait a few minutes. I just move out because here people will use this room. Yeah, I'm
Okay,
in a
okay.
room.
It's okay, okay, okay. You can prepare your.
Okay, just wait a while. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Simeng.
You will use this room. Okay. I supposed to give a presentation.
I'm sorry, Mr. Simeng.
No,
Okay,
no,
take
it's
your
not.
time, Mr. Simeng. You can prepare it. Okay, for Mr. Simeng, before you deliver
Okay,
your
yeah,
presentation.
I start here. Yeah, sorry
Yes.
for.
Okay, before you deliver your presentation, I want to remind you again that you have 20 to 25. Oh, I'm sorry, 30 minutes to present,
All right. Okay.
present your presentation.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Okay. So, okay, thank you very much. So I will start my keynote speech. Today, I would like to share the content of one of the projects that we have done in Nanyang Technological University. All right. Before I enter today's keynote speech, I just give a quick summary about my background. So from this slide, you will know that my background are more or less related to AI, robotics, and in NTU, I'm teaching sensor, robotics, microprocessor, and machine intelligence. And around the year 2010, we have established this Robotics Society of Singapore, right? So my research focus is more or less centered around the intelligence and the motion. So I'm doing basic research, applied research, and also product innovation, right? And from this slide, you will see some prototype of a robot that we have developed in the past decades, right? Okay, then for today's talk, I'm trying to share with you about one of our research which happens to be related to the green energy, right? So this will be outline of my today's talk, right? So I will try to focus on these three key points. Point number one is to answer the question why to use a roof or energy harvesting roof to harvest green energy, right? And then what should be the benefit, okay, to do such kinds of research. Then how to achieve energy harvesting from the use of smart roof, etc. And lastly, I will just highlight a little bit what should be the possible scenario for us to deploy such technology, right? So let me start with the answer to the first question, why to use roof to harvest green energy, right? And actually, there are many demand from the world, especially from the developing country. And for example, in India, we may have a village which face a shortage of a supply of electricity, right? And in some other developing country, I believe, it is always good for us to leverage on the use of green energy to provide the power supply, okay, to houses, to village, or to factory, to school, etc. Right? So basically, there are demands, okay, in the world, right? And also there are many empty space for us actually to harvest green energy. For example, we have empty field, we have empty roof, right? And also in the sea area, a lot of empty space for us to deploy, okay, energy harvesting device or system in order to produce green energy, right? That give you the answer to this question of motivation behind these kinds of research, right? Then next question should be, what are the green energy that could be harvested from such a smart roof, right? So the answer number one should be solar energy, because normally roof are exposed to the open air, right? So then we can harvest energy from the sunlight, etc. And the secondly is from the wind, because we know that the roof are also exposed to the flow of air. The flow of air actually carry kinetic energy. So eventually we could convert kinetic energy from the wind into electricity. And lastly is about the potential energy carry inside the rain or water of rain, right? So let me try to see whether could we convert potential energy stored inside water of rain into electricity, right? And by doing these kinds of research, there are many attractive gain and benefit, right? First is environmental protection with the proliferation of the use of green energy. Then we could make our environment greener, right? And less dependent on other form of energy which may pollute the environment or pollute the air, etc. Right? So there are many attractive gain and benefit, right? Okay. Then we may want to know how to achieve this goal, okay, by harvesting green energy from the use of the roof, right? Okay, and here I just share one of our development with the use of vision-guided solar panel. And here you see a video of animation, all right? So by tracking the movement of the sun, actually we can increase the efficiency of electricity conversion from solar from the sunlight by 20%. All right. Here is one more example. Eventually, once we deploy a solar panel on the roof of the building, on the roof of the car, and eventually on top of the light posts along the street, right? So we can increase the energy harvesting by 20%, right? And this is a patented technology, okay? So we received the patent from China in year 2007, right? Then from this diagram, more or less you will see we make use of vision to control the orientation of the individual sub-panel inside a big panel of a solar system, all right? Okay. But later on, I will come back into the detail of how to design the vision-guided, smart panel, which will focus on the maximize the collection of sunlight. Okay, so then for this project, our main focus is to harvest energy from the sunlight, harvest energy from the wind flow, harvest energy from water of rain, etc. Right? Okay, so that is a concept. And here I just do a comparison. Conventionally, even today, if you look at the solar farm, you will see, and all the solar panels are fixed, right? So they never follow the movement of the sun. So therefore, there are some drawback there in terms of efficiency in the collection of the sunlight. But here we propose a vision-guided tracking system. You will follow the movement of the sunlight. Then in this way, we could increase the amount of collection of the sunlight by 20%, right? Okay, so that is a quite interesting solution, okay? And once we maximize the correction of the sunlight, then we use a conventional solar panel to convert the photon into electron, all right? So we are not doing research in improving the efficiency of converting photon into electron, but our focus is on maximize the collection of sunlight, all right? Okay, so And this tracking system based on the use of vision system. Okay, we may have a similar system which make use of eventually the temperature sensor or other type of a sensor. And we believe that the vision sensor should be the most powerful one because it's like a human eye. We can follow we can identify the area in the sky which emit the strongest light ray, but not necessarily the position of the sun, right? Because if let's say the position of the sun eventually could be, or the sunlight could be masked by the cloud, right? So they, during the daytime, okay, we just orientate the solar panel towards the brightest area in the sky. Okay, strictly speaking, is to orientate the solar panel to the brightest area in the sky. All right. Okay. So then immediately you see the power of vision system. All right, and then. Okay, we would like to package this solar panel into the design of the roof, all right? And eventually to incorporate the device which could convert the wind flow, the energy from the wind flow into electricity, okay? So, and we propose to use vertical the turbine, all right? So which will convert the flow of wind into rotary motion, then rotary motion into electricity, right? So that is the idea. And at the same time, we know that the roof allow us to collect water of the rain, right? Then we can also leverage on the use of water rain to do the conversion from potential energy inside the water of the rain into electricity, right? So we also incorporate such the design of the roof, okay? And then this is the broad diagram, okay, showing you how to convert the potential energy from the water rain into rotary motion, then from rotary motion into electricity, right? Okay, so then how to package all this idea together to achieve an integrated design of a smart roof. And this diagram basically highlight to you to the consideration of designing mechanic system, designing control system, designing power generation system, and also designing energy storage system. So now I will just quickly go through a little bit of detail. For example, how to design the mechanic system for the support of modular solar panel, right? And each modular solar panel eventually has a 2 degrees of freedom, right? So then based on the signal from the vision system, then we can control the orientation of the solar panel, right? So that we could maximize the correction of the sunlight, okay? And this is the detailed design, right? So here you will see the idea is not to control the motion of the entire solar panel, because that may require a large amount of energy to rotate the entire solar panel. But here our idea is just to divide a large panel into a matrix of modular controllable solar panel. Then in this way, we can undertake synchronized motion control of all the individual modular solar panel, right? So this is just showing you the design solution, okay? Then for the collection of energy from wind flow. So we propose to use a vertical turbine, right? And the turbine could be arranged in a matrix form, right? Then in this way, when the wind flow pass through or this matrix of turbine, then it will generate rotary motion. Then we can convert rotary motion into electricity. And here just give you an idea about the arrangement of a matrix of vertical turbine, right, which will convert airflow into rotary motion, right, then rotary motion into electricity, right. And then for the correction of rainwater. So we just propose use a panel like this, right? With a little bit angle of inclination. Then the water will, the collected water will become a water flow. Then all this water flow eventually could be converted into rotary motion, and rotary motion into electricity, right? So this is the idea about the, how to design the mechanic system which allow us to collect solar energy, wind energy, and water, rainwater energy, right? But in terms of control system design for the solar panel, basically we need to control 2 degrees of freedom, how to orientate the solar panel, in order to focus on the brightest area in the sky, all right? And then this is a detailed design of visual guidance system. And you will see there are 2 degrees of freedom for us to achieve the control of modular solar panel, right? And then for the storage device. So basically we can use a conventional way to store the green energy. One example is to use a battery to do the energy storage. Another idea could be use another system which will electrolyze water in order to produce hydrogen, right? This is another way to do the energy storage. That means convert electricity and first into the gas of hydrogen. Then we can transport hydrogen into many other different locations. That is the idea, right? It depends on the application. So and today, to store the electricity is not an issue. For example, we can use a battery, all right? And if let's say we have enough electricity, then eventually we can make use of the electricity to electrolyze water in order to produce hydrogen, all right? Then use hydrogen as a power supply to the end user, something like that, all right? So, and this is the solution for us to store the electricity generated from the wind flow, right? And store electricity generated from the rainwater, etc. So in practice, it is not a big issue for the energy storage. So once we package all these solutions, then eventually we can integrate them together into a smart roof, which allow us to harvest solar energy, wind energy, and rain energy, right? So, and once we have such a roof, then eventually we can deploy such a roof on the existing building, houses, or the roof of a factory, and they eventually can build a roof in the empty space or on the water surface, etc. Right? So there are many scenarios for us to apply the product from such technology. But eventually in future, we can construct a roof on top of the highway, then make use of the surface above the highway to serve as an area which allow us to produce green energy, etc. Right? So then here I just showing you some scenario, for example, the roof of a building, right? And we know in city area, even inside the village, we may have a lot of roof space for us to deploy such energy harvesting roof, right? For houses, right? So we can use such a smart roof to cover existing houses, right? And even for in the big city, for bus stand, right? So we can also deploy such a roof, etc. Right? And I guess there are many other scenarios. For example, in mountain area, if we have an empty space, right, we can deploy such a smart energy harvesting roof. Even in water surface, because a lot of sea water surface are free for us to use, etc. Right? Okay, so let's talk about my today's sharing with you. So basically, we have initiated such a project, okay, in Singapore about the development of an integrated energy harvesting roof, all right, which could be deployed in a wide area of application, and in particular to cover existing roof, and then eventually to construct a new roof for the highway, or the roof for the water surface or sea water surface, etc. Then in this way to promote the wider application of green energy, etc. Right? Okay, thank you for your attention. Now we may have maybe 5 to 10 minutes for discussion, etc. All right. Thank you. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Siming, for your excellent presentation about green energy harvesting roof. That was a brilliant idea how you and your project team initiated innovative project which
But
aims
your
at
voice is
applying-
very soft there. Could you?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Now you can hear me clearly?
Yes, slightly
Okay.
better. Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Siming, for excellent presentation about green energy harvesting roof. And I can say that was a brilliant idea how you and your project team initiated innovative project which aims at applying robotics technology to develop a smart modular roof for harvesting solar energy, wind energy, and raining water energy. And also, such smart modular roofs could be assembled together so as to be deployed as roofs as houses, buildings, factories, walkways, highways, playing grounds, outdoor parking, and as also CRS. And this way, all the developing countries could widely adopt your solution as alternative way of generating power for daily life in village and cities, right? Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Siming. Okay.
But
well,
we
ladies,
hope based on this presentation, eventually we could trigger international collaboration, try to promote such a result from research project. All right. Okay, there's a question from the audience. Yeah.
Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the question and answer session. In the session, I will open 3 questions from the audience. If you wish to ask a question to our speaker, please kindly raise your hand on your Zoom platform or through Zoom meeting chat with the format keynote speaker code _name _institution and _question. And the keynote speaker code description for Mr. Siming, you can put CM and don't forget to write down your name, your institution, and also your question. So now we have the first audience wants to ask a question for you, Mr. Siming. Okay, Mr. Muhammad Fauzan, are you there?
But there's one person who has raised his hand.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Muhammad Fauzan.
Can you hear my voice?
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
I can see you clearly.
Okay, good morning, Professor Siming. Thank you for your presentation. It's astounding presentation that there's such a small idea, but astounding design, I think. And there is some point that I want to ask about the roof energy harvesting, especially in the aspect of the design.
Yeah.
That usually in the solar tracking that we usually use as like sensor to track the sun.
Yeah.
But in your design, you use a visual tracking system that to track the sun position and adjusting the roof according to the angle of the sun. The thing that I want to ask is that what the visual method that you use for the visual tracking system, and for control system, what sort of control method that you use for the controlling the pan and tilt tracking system for the solar roof? Thank you.
Okay.
That's one I want to ask.
Okay, thank you very much for the very good question. Actually, we leverage on the use of vision system image, all right? So inside the image, we just detect the brightest area inside the image and use this center of the brightest area to know the center of the direction of the brightest area. Then we get the two angular position, right? Pen and the tail. And strictly speaking, it's not to track the position of the sun because if there's no cloud, then you will follow the position of the sun. But if there's a cloud, then actually the system will track the area of the brightest area in the sky. So it's more efficient than okay, just follow the sun's position. Okay, so that's about the use of camera, right? Because you have a higher resolution, etc., right? And for the control, because we want to reduce the cost of the energy harvesting roof. So actually, it's not the roof rotate, it's the modular solar panel inside the roof we will rotate. Right, so entire roof will never rotate, right? And in this case, because modular solar panel is lightweight, it's not the entire very large solar panel. Because if you use a large solar panel, then you need to you have to use a high power motor. But in our design, based on that solution, eventually we can use a stepper motor, right? So then we can reduce the cost of a control system because cost is an issue with a low cost roof. It should be more attractive or more maybe easier for deployment of such technology into real application or real use. I hope that answers your question, right?
Okay, well, Mr. Fauzan, Muhammad Fauzan, are you clear?
Okay, thank you for the answer, Mr. Professor Simi.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for the question, Mr. Fauzan, and Mr. Siming for the answer. Okay, we still open the question and answer session, and I remind you again that you can kindly raise your hand on your Zoom platform or write down your question through Zoom meeting, chat with the format in a speaker code XM underscore your name underscore your institution and underscore your question. Well, I think Mr. Siming, I want to ask some question because for me it was a wonderful presentation that you can convey to us. First, I want to asking you, is there any interesting experience when you and your team implement your result of research in society?
Okay, can you, because your voice is too soft. Yeah, can you repeat your question?
Is there any interesting experience that you and your team when you implement your result of your research to the society? I mean, to the to the society. I mean, like that. If you have a interesting experience.
No, we have experience in other domain in the they say how to automate a production line, how to automate a factory, and also currently we are also have another real project with real experiment is autonomous surface vehicle, right? So it's a vehicle which move on the water surface, right? And eventually, then can incorporate this technology together. That means let the autonomous surface vehicle also to harvest the energy from the roof, right? Then it could last longer in the journey on water surface, right?
Okay. Is there any anything that we have to take care or we have to take care to using harvesting roof in our daily life?
Okay, for this energy harvesting roof, I believe the technology are quite mature, no risk, right? So it should be, I believe it's very close to the actual use or deployment into prototype, then do the test run, then and try to encourage the village or maybe the user in the development country.
Okay.
Right.
Well, I think it's quite safety for us to use this harvesting route to our daily life, right?
Yeah, but eventually this could be a starting point for collaboration, let's say, between Indonesia and Singapore. Yeah, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you very much for Mr. Siming for your wonderful presentation. And then we're now going to the third speaker.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Siming. Okay. Okay, I think we still have another time to wait to going to the third speaker. And maybe there is still audience or participant want to ask a question. You can raise your hand on your Zoom platform or through Zoom meeting chat with the format keynote speaker XM _ your name _ institution and _ your question. Okay, let me check the chat room first. Well, I think there is no more question here, or participant want to ask, or the committee should we wait for 1 or 2 minutes for the participant to ask the question? No? Okay. Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Siming, again for your wonderful presentation. And now we're going to the third speaker. I'm sorry. Miss. No? Okay, I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, we're now going to the third speaker committee. Yes? Okay. Okay, now we're going to the third speaker. Please welcome Mr. Professor T.S. Dr. Effendi bin Mohammed from University Technical Malaysia, Malacca, Malaysia, who will be speaking to us on sustainable manufacturing for greener future. Before our speaker convey his presentation, allow me to read out his curriculum vitae. And for all the audiences or the participant, as you can see on the screen, Professor T.S. Dr. Effendi bin Mohammed from University Technical Malaysia, Malacca, Malaysia, has graduated his Bachelor Honors in University Malaysia, Malaysia. And then in 2004, he's graduated his Master's in Coventry University, United Kingdom. And in 2013, he's graduated his PhD in Tokushima University, Japan. And now the current position, now he is a professor in Fakulti Teknologi dan Kejuruteraan Industri dan Pembuatan. And main areas of research his interest is industrial engineering, manufacturing system, land manufacturing, simulation, and technology management. And there is some professional membership that is involved, like a Board of Engineer Malaysia, the Japan Society of Mechanical Engineers, or GSME, the Institution of Engineering and Technology, or IET, and Professional Technologists, or TS. Okay, we invite Mr. Professor TS Dr. Effendi bin Mohammed from University Technical Malaysia. Are you there, Mr. Effendi?
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Can you hear me?
Okay, are you ready? The screen is yours.
I'm ready. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
All right, I want to share my slide first. I just want to share my slide first. Can you all see my slide? Is this full screen?
Yes, Mr. Effendi, we can see your presentation clearly.
Okay, Alhamdulillah, Jazakallah. So my name is Effendi Muhammad. I'm from University Technical Commission Melaka. First of all, thanks to the 5th International Conference for Green and Environment 2023 from Universitas Bangka Belitung. Right, it's an honor for me to give a talk. Just to, I think, just to share to you all lah in the topic of sustainable manufacturing for greener future. Right. So before that, I just want to introduce myself. Right, my name is Effendi. Like what is the Mr. Chairman said that I'm graduate from Mr. Malaya. And then I pursue my master in UK and continue my PhD in Japan. But before that, I've been working in 3 industry. One in Japanese industry, NEC, and then continue with Malaysian automobile company, Produa. And after that, in the European company as an industry engineer at ST Microelectronics yang Berhad. So today, Assalamualaikum and very good morning, or selamat pagi pada ibu bapa semua, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and distinguished participants. Welcome to the 5th International Conference on Green Energy and Environment 2023. It is an immense privilege to stand before you today, unite by our shared commitment to forging a sustainable and environment consistent future. In the midst of our ever increasing global changes encompassing climate change, resource scarcity, and ecological upheaval, I extend my heartfelt aspiration. May this conference illuminate my path or as a platform where brilliant minds worldwide converge to exchange insight, disseminate groundbreaking research, and set to the course toward a cleaner or greener for tomorrow. As I gathered here, the urgency of addressing environmental issue looms large. Our precious planet, the cradle of life, witnessed unparalleled shift in climate, biodiversity, and resource availability. It falls upon us to custodian for this earth, to embark of an innovative and resolute action in confronting these challenges. Through this conference, I shall develop into the latest stride within green energy technologies, environmental preservation, and sustainable methodology. Together, we possess the capability to transition from fossil fuels to renewable energy resources, to champion sustainable agriculture and conservation, and to ignite a global movement that prioritizes environmental well-being. I extend my gratitude for being part of this vital undertaking, and let us commences the 5th International Conference on Green Energy and Environment 2023 with renewed commitment and optimization. So this is my presentation outline. So ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and fellow advocates and sustainable future, I stand before you today to delve into a topic of utmost importance, the intersection of economic growth and biodiversity within the realm of sustainable manufacturing, or SM, we call it SM, in the context of 4th Industrial Revolution, II 4.0. Together, we will explore the driving forces behind the SM, or sustainable manufacturing, and crucial role it plays in steering us toward a greener and more environmentally responsible future. Right. So when we're talking about balancing, as an introduction, when we're talking about the climate change and COVID impact, climate change and the COVID impact pandemic have highlighted the need to protect both the planet and public health. multifaceted challenges. These challenges have encompassed social, economic, political, and environmental aspect. In terms of global environment issue, awareness about global issue like global warming, acid rain, ozone layer depletion, forest fires has grown significantly. So government worldwide have signed agreements such as, for example, Kyoto Protocol and also Paris Agreement to address this environmental issue. However, despite this commitment, there has been a shortfall in taking meaningful action, and government struggle to engage people in daily environmentally friendly practices. It's crucial to bridge this gap between awareness and also action for the sake of our planet and future generation. Surah Ar-Rum, verse 30 and 41, the Quran actually teaches us that our action harm the environment, causing pollution, climate change, and resources depletion due to our unsustainable way of making and using things. So to fix this, we should emphasize sustainable manufacturing, which minimize harm to nature when creating products. It helps reduce the pollution, save our resources, and protect the climate. Example including recycling, using less energy, creating less waste, and making product easier to fix. Green or sustainable manufacturing is also, we call as smart for business because it saves money and attracts customer. We all need to support green product and business to create a sustainable future, as the Quran teaches us to be responsible for the environment, as a Surah Ar-Rum at 30 and 41. So when we're talking about the global greenhouses emission, the global manufacturing sector is a major for GHG or greenhouse contributors, second only the energy of sector in EU. In Malaysia, petroleum, refinery, power generation, livestock, and palm oil are the major contributor. Opportunities exist for impact reduction within manufacturing process and also supply chain. Globally, industry account about 40% of carbon CO2 emission. US plastic production alone contribute more than 104 annually. The industrial sector is pivotal in achieving climate goals, emphasizing the need for emission reduction and also strategy. When we're talking about the balancing of economic growth and biodiversity, rapid industrialization and economic growth have led to increase our GDP or gross domestic product and improve our living standard. Economic growth bring benefit such as job opportunity, education, poverty reduction, higher income, and improve income distribution. It enables the development of better healthcare system, leading to increased life expectancy and higher productivity. However, this growth has also resulted in biodiversity loss and ecological system disruption. We need to have balancing act. Organization must find a balance between economic growth and sustainability to address this challenge. Sustainable manufacturing of SM offer a solution to balance this issue of social, ecological, and economic dimension of sustainability. This is the little bit history of evolution of sustainable manufacturing, whereby in terms of definition, sustainable growth is defined as a development that meet the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their own needs. Remember the word without compromising the ability of future generation. The word is very important for me. And then various terms emerge in the literature to describe sustainable manufacturing. For example, in terms of terminology, including sustainable production, clean manufacturing, cleaner production, environmentally conscious, green manufacturing, environmentally responsible manufacturing, environment manufacturing, and sustainable manufacturing. Each term has distinct characteristics. For example, when we're talking about sustainable production in 1987, it more focused on doing more with less while decoupling economic growth from environmental and degradation. For clean manufacturing in 1989, it more focused on generating less pollution and waste, making efficient use of resources, and extending lean manufacturing with environmental consideration. In 1990, we're talking about the cleaner production, whereby it's a strategy that protects the environment, customer health, work health, emphasizing source reduction, and improve eco-efficiency. In 1991, we have environmental consequences manufacturing. This one focuses on reducing hazardous waste, resources consumption, improving operational safety and efficiency. And after that, we have green manufacturing, whereby it emphasizes 3R. What is 3R? Reduce, reuse, and recycle for product and process design. In 1993, we have environmentally responsible manufacturing, whereby it is an economically driven organization-wide approach to eliminating environmental impact during product life cycle. More on talking about the product life cycle. And in 1994, environmentally manufacturing, it focused on ecological and environmental protection while promoting the economic growth. And last, in 1997, when we're talking about the sustainable manufacturing, it defined as a creating goods through non-polluting processes that converse in energy and resources while ensuring economic viability, safety, health for all stakeholders, both short-term and long-term. It encompasses cleaner production and also end-of-life solution for the industrial ecosystem. When we're talking about the definition, defining the sustainable manufacturing is a creation of product using process that minimize negative environmental impact, conserve energy and resources, ensure safety for all stakeholders, and are economical sound. The integration, in terms of lean perspective, the sustainable manufacturing merge lean, green, Six Sigma, and social sustainable practice. In terms of economy benefit, in the lean perspective, sustainable manufacturing leverage lean and Six Sigma practice to achieve the economic benefit. For ecological benefit, the 6R practices provide the ecological benefit. And talking about the social benefit, ISO 26000 provide the social benefit. Holistically approach, organization must adopt economic, social, and also environmental practice in both manufacturing and also supply chain management. Strategic planning across the entire value chain is crucial for successful implementation. When we're talking about sustainable business model, this approach actually create a sustainable business model. Organization must use a performance evaluation model to assess sustainability performance. Evaluation include product, process system, and also supply chain metric with encompassing ecological impact, safety, product quality, functional characteristics, and also and more. Right. Sustainability must be incorporated at a multi-level, from line level to supply chain level. That is we need to remember. An organization should continuously identify area for improvement to enhance sustainability and biodiversity. This is what we call continuous improvement or Kaizen. When we're talking about sustainable, we're talking about the GM or green manufacturing. In terms of definition, the green manufacturing, also known as sustainable manufacturing, involve creating of product through economical viable process that minimize adverse environmental impact and conserve energy and natural resources. As a distinguished factor, green manufacturing primarily emphasizes environmental consideration in the production process, whereby sustainable manufacturing takes a broader approach encompassing environmental, economic, and social aspect. As a key focus for green manufacturing, it aims to reduce the environmental impact and promote resources conservation. But for sustainable manufacturing, it takes a holistic view, considering environmental, economic, and social well-being. For benefit, green manufacturing lead to environmental preservation, increased energy efficiency, and also sustainable resources use. But for sustainable manufacturing, offer a comprehensive sustainability, ensuring long-term economic viability and promoting the welfare of community and workers. Interchangeable terms and slight nuance, these terms are often used interchangeably, but there is a subtle difference. Green is more focused on environmental aspect, while sustainable take a broader view. But both green and sustainable manufacturing are vital for responsible and eco-friendly production. Choosing the right approach actually is depend on the specific goals and value of any business and organization. As a nation and industry recover from pandemic aftermath, this growing recognition of imperative and to address the environmental concern, transitioning to sustainable manufacturing actually is a crucial, involving resource conversion, waste reduction, and also climate change mitigation. The post-pandemic recovery accelerated economic growth for damage mitigation and social welfare enhancement. So, to achieve the sustainable manufacturing innovation, business and government organizations must implement resilient strategy that can withstand an unforeseen disruption, unforeseen disruption. Embracing digitalization is paramount. It enables greater efficiency, improve quality, enhance customer satisfaction, and cost effectiveness. We need to have also a culture of innovation must be fostered, driving continuous improvement in manufacturing process. The pandemic actually have reshaped business model, emphasizing the importance of automation for long-term organization performance and also sustainability. Next, when we're talking about the sustainable manufacturing and the path to Industrial 4.0. First of all, I need to just to inform you the Industrial Revolution, the evolution of Industrial Revolution for 1.0 till 4.0 towards a sustainable manufacturing paradigm is a journey marked by significant technological advancement and growing awareness of the environmental and social impact of industrialization. Let's explore this transformation. For example, first, in the late 18th century, Industrial Revolution 1.0. The first Industrial Revolution introduced mechanism powered by water, steam, which led to the mechanism of manual labor and the creation of textile mills and factory. Impact on sustainability, at this stage, there was little concern for environmental sustainability. The focus was primarily on increasing production efficiency and economic growth. And then, in the late 19th century, electricity and mass production, what we call Industrial Revolution 2.0, whereby the second Industrial Revolution brought electricity, the internal combustion engine, and also assembly line. Mass production become possible, revolutioning industries such as automotive and manufacturing. Impact on sustainability was not primary concern. The focus on increasing productivity and economic expansion. And then after that, in the late 20th century, for Industrial Revolution 3.0, where we call also digitalization and automation. The third Industrial Revolution introduced digitalization, computer, and automation. This period saw the rise of information technology, telecommunication, and the internet. What is the impact of sustainability? Environmental awareness start to grow. Effort were made to optimize the resources usage and reduce waste. Concept of lean manufacturing merged, aiming to minimize inefficiencies. And then after that, we have Industrial Revolution 4.0, present and future, whereby we're talking about cyber physical system and connectivity. The fourth Industrial Revolution, or Industry 4.0, is characterized by cyber physical system, the Internet of Things, IoT, artificial intelligence, AI, and big data. It emphasizes connectivity and data-driven and also decision making. What is the impact on sustainability? Industry 4.0 places sustainability as its core. It aims achieve a sustainable manufacturing paradigm by first resource optimization, efficiency use of resource through data analysis and IoT, waste reduction, minimizing waste through smart manufacturing process. Third, energy efficiency, reducing energy consumption through automation and also optimization. Environmentally responsibility, ensuring products are manufactured in environmental responsible manner. Fifth, circular economy, promoting recycling and reusing material to reduce waste. Sixth, sustainable supply chain. What is sustainable supply chain? Ensuring sustainability practices extend throughout the entire supply chain. And last, 7, social responsibility. What is social responsibility? Addressing labor and social concern, including fair labor practices and also ethical sourcing. The journey from Industrial Revolution 1.0 to 4.0 represent a shift from a focus slowly on the productivity and economic growth to a comprehensive commitment to sustainability. Industry 4.0 leverages technology to not only optimize operation, but also minimize the environmental and social impact of manufacturing. It represents a pivotal step toward a more sustainable manufacturing paradigm, addressing the pressing global challenge of resources, security, and climate change. And then we need to talk also about process system engineering and also toward the Industrial 4.0. Industrial 4.0 represent, I told you before, Industrial 4.0 represent a significant technological revolution characterized by smart and advancements and rapid change in various sectors. It signifies a new era of innovation and interconnects. Challenge, what is the challenge? One of the primary challenges we face today is of finding a delicate balance between achieving the Sustainable Development Goal SDG and adapting to the transformative change brought about Industry 4.0. This change extends beyond mere efficiency gains and have profound implications for our industry, society, and way of life. The key feature is Industry 4.0 is defined by several key. For example, first, it places a strong emphasis on sustainability, striving for high productivity, procedural efficiency, and also environmental responsibility. Secondly, it involves integration of various advanced technologies, reshaping the way where we interact with them to achieve more substantial outcome. Finally, Industry 4.0 also offer notable benefit, including optimized resources utilization, reduce waste production, enhance process efficiency, longer life cycles for machineries, for example, and continuous technological investment. At its core, Industry 4.0 offer a transformative path toward sustainable manufacturing practices. It represents a pivotal shift in how we approach industry and environment. Manufacturing must adapt or adopt the resilient strategy in terms of digitalization and also innovation toward the sustainable through the Industry 4.0. The primary goals of Industry 4.0 are centered on enhanced economic well-being and improving the quality of life. This transformation is driven by modern technology, which has led to the creation of products and services that offer valuable support in both professional and also personal aspect of our life. However, I think it's essential to strike a balance between technological investment and also individual privacy. For me, governments need to establish effective method for monitoring and regulating this technology platform to ensure they do not intrude on people's privacy. In addition to this goal, Industry 4.0 also focuses on the evaluation of customized medicine. For example, empower individuals to access this to specific diseases through advanced biomarker-based technology. This technology are expected to provide insight into various aspects of human metabolism. The far-reaching impact of Industry 4.0 extends to the production method, management practice, and effective governance. It represents a new revolution driven by a rapid pace of scientific and technological breakthrough, shaping the way we live and work in profound way. Future skill requirements that are rapidly involved in the context of Industry 4.0 as a revolution that is not only reshaping industry, but also fostering a heightened sense of ecological and responsibility. In the realm of Industry 4.0, a prominent focus is on the efficiency procurement of energy resources and power generation, precisely tailored to meet the specific requirement and demand without any unnecessary excess. Actually, this approach ensures a judicious allocation of resources, leading to reduced expense when acquiring productive input. In essence, we are witnessing a shift toward a more sustainable, cost-effective production model. This one when we're talking about the efficient resources of procurement. When we're talking about sustainable environmental behavior, actually, it's essential to highlight that sustainable environmental behavior within Industry 4.0 is not just a matter of ethics, it's also a smart financial move. Embracing environmentally responsible practice can significantly increase revenue while keeping costs and expense in check. In other words, it is a win-win situation where the planet and the bottom line both benefit. When we're talking about machinery equipment sharing, another fascinating facet on Industry 4.0, it is the concept of sharing machinery and equipment across industry. Imagine industries collaborate to share their operational capacity. This innovative strategy allows supplying industry to keep their machinery active, generate income even when not operating within their primary sector. This has been done currently, especially the machinery using industry. It can continue its operation without interruption of or loss or demand. It's a remarkable synergy that both economically efficient and also environmentally friendly. And then when we're talking about the environmental technology, right? We're talking about the environmental technology. To achieve this, the Industry 4.0 employs a range of cutting-edge technology. When harnessed effectively, this technology have the potential to make a substantial contribution to environmental sustainability. So, as we move forward, the developing skill that align with this principle become increasingly crucial. These skills include resource optimization, sustainable practices, and the ability to collaborate effectively to benefit both industry and the environment. We know that Industry 4.0 is not just about technological investment. It's also about paradigm shift toward a more sustainable and environmentally consequences way of conducting business. It's a vision where industry and ecological coexist harmoniously, and the skill will cultivate in this era. We play a role in shaping that future. And other than that, we're talking about the blockchain technology and also blockchain technology and green IoT. Blockchain is much more than just a buzzword. It is a fundamental shift in how we handle data and transaction in digital area. Distribute database, immutability, security, enhancing dependability, business model, and so on. Blockchain is not just a technology, it's a catalyst for change. It's driving us toward a future where data and transaction are secure, transparent, and trusted. It's a revolution that already underway and its potential it limitless. And when we're talking about blockchain and green technology, you're talking about the industry challenges, IoT energy demand. For example, when we're talking about IoT, it has been transformative, but it's also brought a new challenge, particularly in energy consumption. IoT technology has led to a surge in energy demand, necessitating a shift toward a more sustainable IoT ecosystem. When we're talking about the green IoT, whereby we can call it a concept that significant interest from researcher and business. GIoT or Green Internet Technology, Internet of Things, promises energy efficient services and renewable energy integration. As is heard like a blockchain technology, which have become a central player in this green revolution, is capturing the attention of energy corporation, startup, financial institution, governments, and also researchers. However, managing green sustainable in the green IoT ecosystem is not without its challenge, right? GSD at the bottom layer present a complexity for users. To control this device, user often need a navigate multiple GIoT apps and access various of GIoT cloud platform. This lack of unified GSD management system create a disjoint user experience and hampers to the scalability of GSD application. The integration of blockchain technology with GIoT represent pivotal steps toward a greener, more sustainable future. It offers solution to our energy consumption challenge while paving the way for innovative, eco-friendly technology. However, addressing the management complexity of diverse GSD remain a critical aspect, realizing the full potential of GIoT. When we're talking about sustainable industrial practice, in the context of the Malaysian government, in Malaysia context, the Malaysian government CDM initiate a focus on clean innovation, particularly in green technology, to contribute to sustainable development. CDM or Clean Development Mechanism is a market-based mechanism established under the Kyoto Protocol that we have explained before to help the industrialized country reduce greenhouse gas emission and support sustainable development in developing country. CDM, the Clean Development Mechanism, facilitate technology transfer from developed nation to developed country like Malaysia, promoting sustainable growth. Several factors are crucial for this success of CDM implementation in Malaysia, including regulatory framework, competitive advantages, green supply chain, ethics, financial benefit, and also technology transfer. As a positive result, I think CDM project, especially in the energy sector, have shown positive result in Malaysia with a growing number of registered projects and significant emission reduction, particularly through biomass and biogas project. Malaysia well functioning in CDM institutional framework that has contributed to success of CDM project in the country. The national green technology policies in Malaysia support green growth and innovative green economic instrument to promote the development of green industry. Malaysia actually has registered several successful CDM projects with the CDM Executive Board, aiming to reduce the greenhouse gas emission and contribute to global emission reduction effort. One notable project focused on the capturing, for example, methane avoidance project, for landfills, palm oil, and so on. The well-established CDM inflation framework in Indonesia actually has played a crucial role in the success of this project. When we're talking about the waste management, a proper waste management also is essential for environmental preservation. Biotechnological tools and methods play a role in pollution control. Biosensors, for example, are crucial for detecting pollution, even at extremely low concentration to assess environmental risk. Industry are significant contributor to pollution and must embrace environmental responsibilities. Understanding how green technology like solar, transportation, plastic roads, and plant-based material, or it will relate to the fourth industrial or IF 4.0. Drive from the sustainable manufacturing. Rapid industrialization, economic growth, and ecological concern have prompted policymakers, organization, and government to prioritize the sustainable manufacturing. Sustainable manufacturing aims to minimize environmental impact throughout the manufacturing supply chain. It achieves this through value-added, resources efficiency process, energy efficient manufacturing, and supply chain effective and life cycle management. We have legislation, incentive, public peer pressure, customer demand, and so on. When we're talking about the current legislation and government regulation, in the present, in Malaysia context, we see that the existence of stringent regulation and government regulation in various domains that collectively contribute to the sustainable practices. For example, sustainable product design. Law and regulation are in place to encourage and enforce sustainable product design, ensuring that products are eco-friendly and energy efficiency. Second, for example, sustainable manufacturing. They are guidelines governing sustainable manufacturing process, promoting resources efficiency, waste reduction, and environmentally friendly production. When we're talking about the supply chain, sustainable supply chain management, regulation emphasis responsible sourcing and ethical practices throughout the supply chain, from raw material to finished product.
Excuse me, Mr. Effendi, I'm sorry.
Yes.
You still have 2 minutes left.
Oh, 2 minutes left. Okay.
To present your presentation. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. So, I just go through. So we also have example of other current legislation. For example, environmental protection, circular economy, waste management, CSR, where law require company to engage CXR activities now, promoting ethical and social responsibility as responsible business and practices. When we're talking about future legislation, looking ahead, we can anticipate that development of future law regulation in this area For example, sustainable product design law will likely become even more stringent, pushing for innovation in sustainable product design and material. And also, we also have talking about the carbon neutral manufacturing, supply chain ethics, right, and so on. We also have emerging environmental challenges, advanced waste reduction. For CSR, expectation for CSR will rise with more transparency and accountability required from business and so on. In summary, I think both current and future regulation and government regulation play a vital role in shaping a sustainable future. They guide business and individual toward responsible and eco practices addressing processing environmental, social, and economic challenge. As incentive, we also we're talking about the organization, financial aid, grants, tax exemption, financial aid, grant, tax exemption, import duty release, and so on. We're also talking about the public peer pressure. All right. For example, enforcing sustainable practices, environmental impact reduction, societal health and safety, right? All right, and so on. In terms of cost benefit, right, sustainable manufacturing lead to efficiency of resource utilization, cost-effective supply chain, efficiency of equipment, high quality and services, waste reduction, and so on. And they have a competition driving sustainable manufacturing, pressure from competition. For example, race for best-in-class practices. Organizations face pressure to adopt a sustainable manufacturing system in pursuit of excellence. Customer-centric focus, supply chain relationship, lead time reduction. How we want to shortening the lead time is crucial to staying competitive and so on. On top of that, we're talking about also a customer demand, whereby customer express diverse expectation influencing organization to adopt a sustainable manufacturing practice. For example, we're talking about the sustainable product. Customer demands sustainable product, sustainable process, expectation extend to sustainable manufacturing process, and so on. And also we can talk about the supply chain pressure. Supply chain pressure driving actually the sustainable manufacturing. For example, various pressures from supply chain partner influence on organization to embrace sustainable manufacturing, reduce waste and pollution, rate supplier on sustainability, develop sustainable product, and so on. Incorporate green manufacturing, proactive supply chain management, collaborate with customer return, and so on. So this pressure from the supply chain partner drive organization to prioritize sustainability in their operation and also supply chain practices. Collaboration with partner along the supply chain enables to adopt of sustainable practices, enhancing the competitiveness and environmental responsibilities. Top management commitment also, when we're talking about the fund, of course, right? We're talking about funds, focus, fund approval, quality focus, leadership cost, pursuing cost leadership, and reduce lead time, and so on, right? Clear vision and strategy for sustainability. On top of that, we're talking about the technological investment, whereby technology can grow for sustainabilities. For example, sustainable product and technology, advancement in sustainability product and technology, development of sustainability and end-of-life process emphasis, the 6R, for example. Technology enhance operational efficiency, logistics, strategy partnership, service responsive, and so on. Decision support system also is one of the things that is very important.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Effendi. I think that's the end of the time.
Yes,
so we have
I think
to...
just two more slides.
Okay, two more slides. Okay.
Okay.
We have you 1 minute. Okay.
All right.
Okay,
So
thank
when
you.
we're talking about how organization resources support sustainability, So availability of organizational resources for sustainability manufacturing, for example, sustainable technology, eco-friendly assets, expertise in sustainability, and also managerial skill and capability. Organizational image, for example, the public perception of organization, sustainability and market performance, positive image benefit. A positive image can lead to increase market share, cost and eco-efficiency, sustainable product and process design, and so on. In closing, let us remember that sustainable manufacturing is not just a choice. It's a collective commitment to crafting a greener, healthier, and more prosperous future for all of us. Future for all. Together, I hope we're paving the way for a world where innovation, collaboration, and responsibility harmoniously coexist. Lastly, thank you for joining me on this inspiring journey toward a sustainable tomorrow. Jazakallah khair. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, thank you very much again, Mr. Effendi bin Mohammed, for your valuable presentation. In summary, I can conclude that sustainable manufacturing serves as a vital conduit between economic growth and environmental responsibility, facilitated by the fourth industrial revolution transformative technologies.
Yeah,
And
that is
also
the
your
idea.
and also you underscore in your research abstract that the importance of striking a harmonious balance to ensure that economic prosperity aligns seamlessly with ecological well-being in the pursuit of a greener and more sustainable future.
Yeah, thank you.
Now, you're welcome, Mr. Effendi. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have 5 minutes left. We come to the question and answer session. In the session, I will open 3 questions from the audience. If you wish to ask a question to our speaker, please kindly raise your hand on your Zoom platform or through Zoom meeting chat with the format, speaker code, _name, _institution, and _question. And you can put or write down EF for the keynote speaker code. Okay, let me check to the chat room first. Well, I think there is no yet a question here. Okay.
I think this topic today kita banyak more topic talking about the sustainable in the for the future lah. I think
yes.
Right. We need to understand the awareness of Industry 4.0, whereby we can merge together. Right. In the end, we still want to stay in this earth for a long time, right? For our generation, right? I think that is the idea of this slide presentation.
Okay. Also, have you ever made prediction about the condition of sustainable manufacturing or green manufacturing in the long term and what it will like? What it will be like, I mean.
It always talking about the long term. It's not talking about the short term. Yes, we can have a little bit because when we're talking about sustainable manufacturing, we're talking about, for example, in the company, right? In the company, we need to look the vision of the company first. What is the vision of the company? What is the mission of company? And then after that, we do the strategize, right? We do the objective. What is our strategy and so on, and then we can add on. We need to know what is the company vision or mission for in terms of the company. Even though in government, in government also, right? It should be have a short term and also long term. But for long term, we need to have phase by phase, maybe phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and so on. Sometimes when we're talking about sustainable manufacturing, where we enter to the industry, not every industry understand it. Especially, for example, in Malaysia, I think in Indonesia also same, whereby more than 90% is from SMR or SME, small medium industry, right? It's not all is multinational company, right? So we're talking about the SMR, whereby we need to have awareness first. Maybe there is the phase 1, and then what is the phase 2, phase 3, and so on.
Okay, that's a very nice answer from you, Mr. Effendi. And I think it will be my last question. And I'm waiting for the other participants who want to ask the question for Mr. Effendi. Well, I remind you again for all the audience, you can raise your hand on your Zoom platform or through Zoom meeting chat. You can write down a keynote speaker with EF for Effendi bin Mohammed and underscore your name, underscore your institution, and underscore your question.
Or you can email me, Effendi, EFFENDI, at utem.edu.my.
Okay, thank you very
Maybe we
much.
can have
Mr. Effendi.
a network collaboration together where we can have a discussion. It's not end here. It's a long term, right? It's not end here.
That's right. Thank you very much, Mr. Effendi.
Yeah, welcome.
Okay. Okay. I think can we go to the fourth speaker right now? Okay. Next, ladies and gentlemen, now we're going to the fourth speaker. Please welcome Miss Assistant Professor Dr. Ivana Hassa from University of Warwick, United Kingdom, who will be speaking to us the topic about sodium-ion batteries, the next generation sustainable energy storage technology. Okay, before our speakers delivers her presentation, allow me to recite her curriculum vitae. Okay, as you can see, the keynote speaker profile on the screen, Dr. Ivana Hassa now is an assistant professor of electrochemical materials at WMG, or Warwick Manufacturing Group, University of Warwick, United Kingdom. Her graduate from PhD in 2015 on the design and characterization of sodium-ion battery materials at Sapienza University of Rome, Italy. And main areas of research interest is the development and characterization of battery materials and their implementation in cell prototypes. And her broad experience in the electrochemical energy storage system at the Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory in California, USA, and at the Helmholtz Institute, Germany. Okay, Dr. Ivana Hassa, are you there? Yes. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I can clearly hear you. I'm gonna try to share my screen.
Okay, the screen is your Ms. Ivana Hassa.
Thank you. Okay, can you properly see my screen?
Yes, so we can see clearly.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you very much for the kind introduction as well. And I would like also to thank the organizing committee for this very nice invitation. It's been a pleasure actually to follow the previous talks and also have the opportunity to actually have a talk myself today to this broad audience. I realize that, of course, the topics are very diverse, so I'm hoping to give you a little bit of an overview of my work, specifically focused on electrochemical energy storage systems, and even more specifically on sodium-ion batteries, which are considered, I would say, the next generation sustainable energy storage technology. So in this kind of short talk, I would like to start with a little bit of a background and motivation of studying sodium-ion batteries, why sodium-ion batteries are considered the next generation sustainable energy storage solution. I would like to give you a little bit of an overview of what's going on, a little bit on the market and what has been the development in the latest year of this new type of battery chemistry. And in the second section of this presentation, I would like to introduce you to a case of study specifically focused to one cathode material, electrode material that is being proposed as a very successful cathode material for application in sodium-ion batteries. And I also would like to show you kind of the challenges in the development of upscaling a new battery chemistries. So going from lab scale type of research to upscale prototypes, showing you a little bit some of the facilities and the work that we carry out at the Energy Innovation Center within WMG at the University of Warwick. And of course, we'll conclude with some remarks and future needs. So I'm assuming you're all familiar with the decarbonization plan and with the importance of the research field that we are all involved. The decarbonization plan is part of a pretty ambitious mission proposed by the European Union in 2018, which is basically a strategic long-term vision plan toward a climate neutral economy. And this of course envisions a complete transition to renewable sources. As you may imagine, in this scenario, batteries represent a very magic type of device. It's able basically to bridge the gap, hopefully, between a clean energy production and energy utilization. Among all the different battery chemistries available, you might be familiar with lithium-ion batteries, which are seen as the dominating battery chemistry nowadays. In 2019, there was a big celebration in the battery community because finally the Nobel Prize for Chemistry was awarded to three leading pioneers in the development of the lithium-ion technology. And these are, let's see if I can put the pointer. And these are Dr. Akira Yoshino, Professor John Goodenough, and Professor Stanley Whittingham. So just to give you a little bit of some details and numbers, even if I'm pretty sure you are well aware of how big is the market on lithium-ion batteries, you can see here on the left the market share by battery chemistry. So you can see that over the years, the lithium-ion battery chemistry has basically dominated also compared to other more common battery chemistries such as nickel metal hydride or nickel cadmium. And even when compared to maybe the most commonly diffused and widespread battery type, which is still lead acid batteries worldwide, you can see that all over the years, lithium-ion battery market has continuously increased at the expense of other battery chemistries. But maybe what is even more interesting is to see actually the lithium-ion battery market growth by application. 10 years ago, lithium-ion batteries were foreseen especially for application portable electronics devices, but you can see that over the last decade, there has been definitely an increased interest in application of lithium-ion batteries, for example, for electric vehicles, but also for stationary storage applications. So we have two main contributors to the rising demand of lithium-ion batteries that we are basically seeing nowadays. I would say that the main contributor is definitely the electric vehicle market, so the electrification of the transport sector more in general, but also the stationary storage market is expected to significantly grow in the next decade. And what you can see here on the right side is a graph recently published by the World Economic Forum, in which you can see that only 3 years ago, in 2020, the global battery demand by application was roughly 300 gigawatt hours, while in 2025, in only 2 years from now, that demand has basically increased 3 times. So we're going to approach more or less a need of 1,000 gigawatt hour. This means that we need a lot of different battery chemistries and many more batteries able to satisfy actually the need. And what is also interesting actually to see here on the right is the global battery demand by region. You can see China dominating the main request, followed by the European Union, and then the United States and the rest of the world. So there is an increasingly interest, of course, in finding new battery chemistries or optimizing the current mainstream lithium-ion battery technology. So the continuously growing demand for lithium-ion batteries, of course, calls for improved cell technologies, which are able to satisfy different application requirements, being for portable electronics, for automotive electrification, or for stationary storage. In Europe, we have a document which is very important that is called the Strategic Energy Technology Plan. And the Strategic Energy Technology Plan has identified batteries as a key enabler in the energy transition and has also classified lithium-ion batteries according to different generations. So as you can see here, what we have available nowadays in our cell phones or in the lucky people that can have or afford an electric vehicle is basically what we call generation 3A lithium-ion battery, which includes a cathode chemistry, so a positive electrode containing nickel, manganese, and cobalt, and the silicon carbon composite electrode at the anode side. Ideally, the improvement in the next and future generations envision, for example, the substitution of the liquid electrolyte with a solid state chemistry, or more disruptive technologies such as generation 5, which, as you can see here, are envisioned beyond 2030, at least commercialization beyond 2030, are, for example, lithium sulfur or lithium oxygen batteries. But if you look at this roadmap and the definition of all of these generations of lithium-ion batteries, it looks like the main key performance indicator or the most important parameter for these batteries is an increase of the energy density. So the idea is to transition more or less from 235 watt-hour per kilogram, which we have available nowadays, to higher energy density, such as 350 watt-hour per kilogram, or even 500 watt-hour per kilogram when we talk about generation 5, so lithium oxygen and lithium sulfur. But the energy density is only one of the key performance indicators that actually characterize a battery. So there are other important parameters that we need to consider, such as safety, cost, sustainability, the dependency on raw critical materials employed for the production of these batteries, and manufacturability. And if we take into account all of these parameters beside energy density, then we realize that there is also another important class of batteries that needs to be mentioned, which are beyond the lithium-ion chemistries, so chemistries that do not employ lithium. Why do we need chemistries that do not employ lithium? So if you give a look at this graph here on the top left, in 2009, roughly 23% of the total lithium resources worldwide were employed in the battery production. In 2010, Jean-Marie Tarascon, a pioneer in the lithium-ion battery development based in France, actually published a prospective Nature paper entitled "Is Lithium the New Gold?" And this was almost 13 years ago by now. And apparently he was right, because in 2017, that famous 23% became a 43%. And in 2020, that 43% became a 54%. And so there is an increasing use of the total available lithium resources worldwide for lithium-ion battery production. And what you can see here at the bottom right is actually a graph recently published by the European Battery Association that shows the predicted gap that we're going to see between lithium supply and lithium demand. So basically, the lithium supply available is not going to be sufficient to fill the demand that we have. But lithium is only one of the components, let's say, that we use in the production of lithium-ion batteries. There are also other metals and materials that are actually considered nowadays critical raw materials. And among them, We definitely have natural graphite, we have cobalt, we have nickel, and of course we have lithium. And I'm pretty sure some of you might be familiar with the child labor tragedy that has been highlighted by an interesting report, which is actually going on in the Democratic Republic of Congo, which is one of the countries with the highest resources of cobalt worldwide. So if we consider all of these factors, considering the concerns about the long-term availability of lithium and the geopolitical concerns of, for example, cobalt, I think that the need for alternative chemistries to lithium-ion batteries is not necessary anymore, but it's simply mandatory. And so there is the need to actually investigate, develop, and study new battery chemistries which do not employ only lithium as a source of energy. And among all of these systems, sodium-ion batteries seems to be the most promising candidate so far. So sodium-ion batteries actually were studied alongside lithium-ion batteries back in the 70s, as you can see here, but the number of publications in the 70s was very limited. And as you can see, it remained limited, especially after 1991, when actually lithium-ion batteries were started to be commercialized by Sony. And given the success of the lithium-ion battery technology, somehow the academic community, but also industries and investors forgot for a little bit about the development of sodium-ion batteries. And it was only about 10 years ago, I would say, about 2012, when actually there was a regain in the interest of the of this battery technology, given the concerns about the long-term availability of lithium, but also the other raw critical materials that we mentioned before. We have a pioneering industry actually based in UK, mentioned Faradion, which was one of the first companies that actually bet on the sodium-ion technology, followed by Natron Energy, which has been founded in 2012, based in California. And only in 2013, actually, we had in the academic community the first symposium dedicated to sodium-ion batteries. And then from there, actually, there has been a skyrocketing increase in this battery technology, especially after the latest announcement back in 2021 in September by CATL. So CATL is one of the biggest lithium-ion battery producer worldwide, and it's based in China. And back in September 2021, they actually announced that they are going to start in 2023, so this year, mass production of sodium-ion batteries as well. So sodium-ion batteries are definitely considered the next generation secondary batteries. They have a lot of advantages. I would say that sustainability is definitely one of the most important ones. Sodium-ion batteries are by choice sustainable because we decide to not use any critical raw material like lithium or cobalt. There are cost prediction of about 30% cost cut compared to lithium-ion batteries when we compare dollars per kilowatt hour. There are some intrinsic advantage in terms of chemistry. So for example, at the anode side of the sodium-ion battery, we can use a current collector made of aluminum, which makes the battery lighter, cheaper, compared to, for example, the copper current collector, which is needed for lithium-ion batteries. Another important property of sodium-ion batteries is safety. They are intrinsically safer than lithium-ion batteries, and they can also be stored and transported in the fully discharged state, so at 0 volt, which is something we cannot do for lithium-ion batteries. And transporting batteries in the fully discharged state at 0 volt is a huge benefit, not only in terms of safety, but also in terms of cost. And one of the important advantages of sodium-ion batteries is also that actually their production can happen in existing infrastructures. So they are considered a drop-in technology, which means that we can use for sodium-ion battery production exactly the same existing infrastructure that we have nowadays for lithium-ion batteries. And this is very important for an industry point of view because we don't have to substantially change the manufacturing methods. But of course, as any chemistry or any battery chemistry. While there are a lot of advantages, there are also some challenges and some issues. So for example, sodium-ion batteries generally present a lower energy density compared to lithium. We have only one potential anode material that is available, which is called hard carbon, which is a disordered type of carbon. Silicon, which seems to be the anode of choice for lithium-ion batteries, is not reacting with sodium, and it does not alloy, so we cannot actually use it at the anode side. And then we have a lot of chemistry-related issues which are important in terms of stability and cycle life, such as, for example, a high solubility of the solid electrolyte interface and a lot of phase transition at the cathode side, which might be very interesting from a chemical point of view, but are very deleterious in terms of performance. And so who are actually the big players in the sodium-ion battery manufacturing? So we mentioned CATL based in China, which announced the first sodium-ion battery mass production this year in 2023. We have Tiamat based in France. We have Natron Energy, which is a spin-off from Stanford University based in California. We have Faradion, which is a British reality, which very recently, though, has been acquired by the Indian Reliance Industries with the aim of speeding up mass production of sodium-ion batteries in India. And then we have Haina Battery based in China, which is a spin-off from the Chinese Academy of Science, which is already installing sodium-ion battery packs. It might look that these are very new companies, but believe me, I started investigating sodium-ion batteries back in 2012 when I started my PhD. And in the last 10 years, there has been a tremendous development. And as a matter of fact, only in the last couple of years, you can see how quickly this battery technology developed and is actually also now finally implemented in real world applications. So it's not only studied anymore at an academic type of level, but it's also implemented in commercial real products. So this year, in 2023, Haina Battery announced their first electric vehicle, a small electric vehicle, powered by sodium-ion batteries. And the same has been done by JAC in China with a joint venture with Volkswagen that actually demonstrated the first sodium-ion battery electric vehicle powered by a sodium-ion battery. Haina Battery is using sodium-ion batteries for stationary energy storage, and you can see one of their prototypes. This is a 100 kilowatt-hour prototype. Very recently, Tiamat announced the implementation of their sodium-ion batteries for power tool application. We have Faradion that is actually installing some of the sodium-ion battery packs that they have produced in Australia. And we also have Natron Energy in California, which has been recently closing a deal with United Airlines for the use of their sodium-ion batteries in their airports. So this research field is developing pretty quickly, and every week, I would say, we can see a breakthrough in sodium-ion battery development. And the main application field, it seems to be stationary energy storage. Sodium-ion batteries are foreseen to be cheaper than lithium-ion batteries, even if they have a lower energy density compared to lithium-ion batteries. For stationary energy storage, energy density, specifically volumetric or gravimetric, is not a big issue because you have a lot of space available. While instead for the automotive application, somehow you need to have high energy density constrained in a lower volume. So volumetric energy density is very important. However, despite having a lower energy density compared to lithium-ion batteries, there are some application fields, as we mentioned, for example, in the previous slides, the first small city car EV powered by sodium-ion batteries has been released this year, but also a big market for sodium-ion batteries seems to be the replacement of SLI type of batteries, so starter, lighting, and ignition type of batteries, which are nowadays mostly which nowadays mostly use lead acid batteries. So replacement of lead acid batteries and low energy density lithium ion batteries seems to be the right spot in the market for sodium ion battery application. So the performance of a battery, like the one of lithium-ion batteries, but also for sodium-ion batteries, definitely depends and relies on the properties of the materials employed, both at the cathode side and at the anode side. So while I mentioned before at the cathode side for lithium-ion batteries, we seem to have a winning chemistry, which is the family of nickel, manganese, and cobalt oxides. In the case of sodium-ion batteries, we have a more diverse type of family cathodes. So we have sodium layered oxides, which are used by Haina battery and Faradion. We have Prussian blue analogs, which are used by Natron. They have been mentioned by CATL, and they are produced by Altris. And polyanionic compounds, such as sodium vanadium phosphate or sodium vanadium fluorophosphate, which are actually used by Tiamat in France. So if we're trying to look at all of these cathode chemistries and we try to find a winner, it's going to be very difficult because each of them has very different properties. So generally speaking, if we're looking for high rate performance, so if we're looking for a battery that is able to be charged very quickly or discharged very quickly, then we are not going to go for a O3 type layered oxide, but most likely for a P2 type. If we're looking for sustainability, most likely we're going to try to avoid vanadium. We know that vanadium is a very interesting material in terms of electrochemistry, but vanadium in the 5+ oxidation state is also toxic. And so I would say that in the scientific community, we all agree that different chemistries will coexist for a variety of different applications at the cathode side. But among all of them, if you look at this table, you can see that there is one class of material that actually presents almost fully three green phases. So we have Prussian blue analogs, which presents very good energy density in terms of gravimetric energy density, a little bit low in terms of volumetric energy density. They present good rate capability, and they also have a good sustainability value and lower cost compared to layered oxides. And so in the next section of the presentation, actually, I would like to show you a case study on the use of Prussian blue analogs, and I would like to introduce you a little bit of chemistry of these materials and the importance of the chemistry of these materials for application in sodium-ion batteries. So Prussian blue analogs are sano-coordinated compounds in which we have an alkali metal ion, which can be sodium, two different metal transition ions, and the hexasano cyanide framework. And then we have two important characteristics. We have some fraction of vacancies in the crystal structure, but also the presence of water in the crystal structure. So this material generally enables a very high sodium diffusion coefficient, which means that we are able to charge and discharge our battery pretty quickly. They have a low cost synthesis because they are synthesized at low temperature and in water environment. However, they also have some disadvantages, such as, for example, the possible release of hydrogen cyanide, which is in the framework of the structure, which, however, can be somehow managed if the temperature during the production does not exceed 200 degrees. And then we have water in the crystal structure. Water and vacancies play actually a very important role in the chemistry of these cathode materials. So water is present in three different environments. We have water adsorbed on the surface of the Prussian blue, but we have also zeolitic water, which is located into the interstitial side of the structure, and coordinated water, which is chemically coordinated. So what you can see here is the TGI, so the thermogravimetric analysis of this material. And you can see that above 100 degrees, we start having loss of water adsorbed on the surface. And between 120 and 190 degrees, we start eliminating interstitial water. If we try to eliminate coordinated water, of course, we're going to destroy the framework. So the thermal stability of this cathode reaches up to 200 degrees. So the results that I would like to show you today are actually funded by a European project. The project is called SIMBA, so sodium ion and sodium metal batteries. There are 16 different European partners working all together, and the main idea is actually to develop sodium ion batteries which are industrially relevant. And the cathode chemistry of choice is a Prussian white provided by Altris, which is a spin-off from the University of Uppsala in Sweden, a hard carbon type of anode, and a liquid electrolyte. So the material has been provided by Altris, which is a spin-off from Uppsala University. This material is fascinating in terms of chemistry. As you can see, they have this very typical cubic shape of the particles, but it's also very exotic in terms of chemistry. So according to the water content in the structure and according to the vacancies, we can have, for example, a cubic phase, a monoclinic phase, and a rhombohedral phase. And the interesting thing is that all of these different phases have very different electrochemical behavior, which means different sodium-ion battery performance. So, as I mentioned, the water plays a very important role in the chemistry and electrochemistry of this system. So when we receive the material, this material generally comes in the monoclinic phase. And what you can see here is the typical voltage profile of a sodium ion cell that uses the monoclinic phase. And you can see that we have a specific capacity of 70 milliampere-hour per gram, which is quite low. But as soon as we remove water and we transition to a rhombohedral phase, we get the material benchmarked by Altris, which actually achieves double the capacity, so 140 milliampere-hour per gram with this typical 2 voltage plateau-like. It is very important to state that the rhombohedral phase is also very moisture sensitive, and as you can see here, just by exposing it to air in less than 6 hours, 10% by weight of the material is again adsorption of water. So the conditions in which we treat these materials are very important. And this is also maybe the reason why, if you look into literature, you can see that materials with a very similar composition, as you can see here in the slide, present in reality very different electrochemical behavior, because the amount of water and the way these materials are processed actually can play a huge role. And so reproducibility also among laboratories is actually a challenge in this case. And so what we wanted to do is actually try to understand which was the more efficient way to remove water out of this structure. So we performed some in situ X-ray diffraction analysis of the powder. And what you can see here is that by increasing the temperature, we achieve at about 167 degrees, what we call the rhombohedral phase, which is actually the phase that we are interested, which is the phase that in theory gives the higher capacity in sodium ion cells. So in order to understand a little bit more about these materials, we identified 170 degrees as the right temperature to actually dry and remove water, but we needed to understand also how long we needed to dry this material. So as you can see here, we have the undried pristine material, 15 hours, 24 hours, or 48 hours of drying. And what you can see is that the monoclinic phase is decreasing slowly at the expense of, the rhombohedral phase is increasing at the expense of the monoclinic phase. And interestingly, if you look at the particles of these materials, what happens upon drying is that we create these cracks in the structure, in the surface of these materials, because we are reducing the volume, the unit cell, the volume of the unit cell, as detected actually and analyzed by Rietveld refinement. And so we achieved actually 170 degrees for 48 hours, looked like a very good temperature. We also tried to improve a little bit better the drying condition in terms of vacuum pressure. So as you can see here, after 48 hours, we have still the rhombohedral and the monoclinic peak by using 10 to the minus 2 millibar. But if we increase the vacuum at 10 to the minus 3, we see that we can further reduce actually the monoclinic phase and have a better rhombohedral phase. What you can see here at the bottom is actually some electrodes that has been produced at the battery scale-up facility in WMG. And you can see that also the electrodes upon drying actually resemble the features that we saw at the powder level. So we see these cracks that actually increase, which of course are not beneficial in terms of electrode stability and cycling stability of the sodium-ion battery. So what actually happens in terms of electrochemistry when we dry this material? So this is what we call a cyclic voltammetry test, and we can see that this is the undried material, and upon drying 15 hours, we see the appearance of these new peaks, which actually means that water affects the low spin iron 2+, 3+, and by dehydrating and removing water, we are actually activating the second peak, which in terms of capacity enables the achievement of a higher capacity when compared to the undried sample. And here you can see the performance on the bottom right of a sodium-ion cell at the laboratory scale. So we are talking about coin cells here with a very good capacity retention, including a Prussian white cathode and a hard carbon anode. In reality, it is important to state that pressure plays a key role in the dehydration of the Prussian white, actually even more than temperature. You can see that by increasing the drying pressure, you can increase the capacity from 120 to 140. And actually, when using 10 to the minus 3 millibar, you don't even need to have such a high temperature for the drying, 170, but 150 would do the work to give you electrodes that actually have a good electrochemical stability. So all of the data that you saw up to now are data that we collected at the laboratory scale, so at a very small scale. But at the WMG, we're very lucky to have what we call the battery scale-up facility. So I would like to show you a couple of very quick slides actually on what we can do in WMG. So in WMG, our research in terms of battery covers all parts of the battery manufacturing R&D process. And so we have raw materials, we investigate raw materials, electrochemical materials, cell components, cell and manufacture. We go up to the development of modules and pack and battery management system. We go to application integration, second life, and recycling. My work in WMG is mainly focused on the right side of this graph, so electrochemical materials and cell component. And so I would like to show you some of the results actually on the sodium-ion batteries that we produce. So when actually up, yes.
Excuse me, Miss. You still have 2 minutes.
Yes, I'm getting there.
Thank you.
I'm getting there. And then I can skip a couple of slides actually. Just wanted to show you here that actually in WMG we can go from powder. This is the typical battery production method for sodium-ion batteries. We can show clearly in these slides that sodium-ion batteries are a drop-in technology, and the current manufacturing facilities can be actually employed also for sodium-ion batteries. So when we produce our batteries, we start with the mixing process at the battery scale-up facility. We mix our powders, we add our solvents, and what you see here is the final calendared roll of electrodes that we produce at the pilot line. We start cutting all the electrodes in the shape of the cell format that we actually want to do. In this case, it's an A7 pouch cell type of system. We proceed with the full cell stacking in our automatic pilot line, which is installed in the Energy Innovation Center. And what you end up with is basically a stack, which is the cell, which is basically finally sealed and closed and filled with electrolyte and ready to be cycled. So what I want to show you actually is the very final slide with some of the performance of industrially relevant sodium-ion battery cells that we have produced in WMG. These are multi-layer cells, including Prussian white cathode and hard carbon, and you can see that the material presents a very good and stable capacity and also at higher discharge rates, so at 1C and 2C. And we were very happy within the SIMBA project because these preliminary results are basically getting closer to relevant cell prototypes, but they are also matching the KPIs defined in terms of charge and discharge rate for domestic and industrial stationary storage application. And so in conclusion, As a summary, I would like to state that sodium-ion batteries definitely offer a drop-in approach. They do not require a different cell design compared to lithium-ion batteries, but they also benefit in terms of sustainability and lower cost when compared to lithium-ion batteries. When trying to upscale and develop a new battery chemistry, actually, it is a very multidisciplinary challenge. So we need chemists, physicists, and engineers all working together to actually make this happen. And the upscaling is not a technical challenge. A rational understanding of the material properties is actually crucial to enable then the successful production of industrially relevant sodium-ion prototypes. And of course, the Prussian-wide cathode chemistry represents a very cathode chemistry, which presents lower cost compared to existing lithium-ion battery cathode materials. And very last slide, I would, of course, thank you all of you for your kind attention, and I would also thank all the guys that contributed to this work, which are Jacob, Katerina, Faduma, and Daniel, which are working in my group, and of course the funding agency and the European Union for the SIMBA project.
Well, okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Ivana Hasa, for your excellent presentation. Based on your presentation, it is interesting known that sodium-ion batteries, or SiBs, have the potential to become the next generation sustainable, low-cost, and efficient energy storage technology. And through your presentation, you give an overview on the journey towards the development of SiBs, linking chemistry and electrochemistry of the employed materials, and exploring the challenges on the transition from lab to scaled-up cell prototype is presented. And I'm pretty sure it gives available information for all of us. Okay, now, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the question and answer session. In the session, I will open to question from the audience. If you wish to ask a question to our speaker, please kindly raise your hand on your Zoom platform or through Zoom meeting with the format keynote speaker code underscore your name underscore institution underscore question. And you can put IH for the keynote speaker code. Okay, I think, let me check to the chat group first. Yes, we have one question to Mrs. Ivana. I can read it for you, right? Okay, I'm Ferry Andre Fabiani from Department of Chemistry, Universitas Bangka Belitung. Your research is very interesting. I want to ask, one of the challenges of sodium batteries, like in your slide, is that silicon doesn't allow with Na. What about nasicon materials? We are currently trying out research on nasicon using silica material from nature. What do you think about this? Is it possible that sodium and silicon from natural sources can be used to synthesize sodium battery materials? Thank you.
Oh, thank you for the question. Thank you for the question. So this is a very good question, actually. So it is true that sodium does not ally with silicon, but this doesn't mean that it does not react with silicates. So if for nasicon, what is meant is silicate type of materials, they have been somehow proposed as potential cathode materials for sodium-ion batteries rather than anodes. The challenge in the case of those type of nasicon materials is the low electronic conductivity. And so the main research efforts are, for example, on carbon coatings or carbon composite electrodes able to increase somehow the electronic and the ionic conductivities of those type of systems. I hope that answered the question.
Yeah, okay. I think Mr. Ferry Andre Fabiani is satisfied with the answer. Okay. I think Ms. Ivana, we have another question from Nur Hadini from Universitas Bangka Belitung. I think she comes from the same Department of Chemistry, Universitas Bangka Belitung. And here the question. There are some challenges to manufacture sodium-ion batteries. What is the main challenge to be manufactured in large scale? and how to tackle it. What does crack and PW particle impact in cathode performance?
Oh, hello, Noradini. So, yeah, these are very good questions, actually. I would say there are many challenges, actually. It's not so easy as it looks like. Otherwise, we would have had sodium-ion batteries already 30 years ago, like lithium-ion batteries. But maybe if I can pick up the main challenge, according to my experience, is, for example, the moisture sensitivity of the cathodes. So this means that the majority of the sodium-ion cathodes, except for nasicon, actually, so layered oxide and Prussian white, Prussian blue, are very moisture sensitive, which means that we need to process at large scale in environmentally controlled atmosphere. So for example, dry rooms where humidity is very low. And this of course increases a little bit the cost and of the production and the manufacturing of the electrode materials. So how to tackle it? There are a lot of studies actually that are going on material improvement by coating, protective coating. So we are talking about nanometer thick type of coating, for example, with atomic layer deposition, which may somehow limit the moisture activity on the surface of these cathodes. And on the last question, so how does crack in the Prussian white particle impact the cathode performance? I'd say it impacts it very badly. Because if your electrode cracks, somehow you're gonna expose new surface to the electrolyte, and that means that you're gonna have some parasitic reactions, which means that you're gonna consume electrolyte, your Coulombic efficiency is gonna decrease, and your cycle stability is gonna also decrease. So ideally what you wanna have is a very structurally stable electrode material without cracking, or at least the least as possible.
Well, okay,
I
very
hope
good answer,
that
Ms.
helped.
Ivana.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank
okay.
you for
Thank you. Well, maybe Ms. Nurhadini wants.
I have one. How we prevent from the crack?
So the crack, I mean, nanostructuration seems to be pretty effective. Nanostructurations and composite electrodes. So if you have a buffer, for example, that is able to buffer the crack and bring it together, or binders, for example, that are able to glue back the electrode material, those are very effective strategies.
Okay, okay. Thank you for your question. Nice to meet you again.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Well, I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I think there is a trouble in here because we have a problem with the electricity in this hotel. Okay, I think that's the end of the presentation. I would like to thank you very much for our four honorable speakers, Mr. Misri Guzan, Mr. Effendi bin Mohammed, Mr. Siming, and last but not least, the British one among the speaker, Ms. Ivana Hasa, for addressing such interesting topic. On behalf of the 5th International Conference on Green Energy and Environment Committee, we would like to say thank you for joining us today. And we do hope that this event gives us fruitful insight for the development of future science. And see you all again in the next session. Thank you. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you. Now I give it back to Mr. Sandi Farianda for the MC. Thank you.
All right, so thank you very much, Mrs. Paparia. So, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pretty sure that you have had a fruitful session after listening to talks from our keynote speakers. We hope that the knowledge shared can be beneficial to all of us. And on behalf of the ICoGEE committee, we would like to give appreciations to our keynote speakers who have given a lot of contributions for this seminar. Not only will we give the certificate of appreciation, we're also going to send our keynote speakers souvenirs and will be delivered to each of their addresses. So first thing first, we would like to give a certificate of appreciation to Professor Misri Gozan. Thank you very much again, Professor Misri Gozan, for giving us such a wonderful speech, wonderful talk in this session. Next up, we would like to give a certificate of appreciation to Professor Dr. Effendi bin Mohammed. And then we also would like to give a certificate of appreciation to Associate Professor Shi Ming. And we would like to also give certificate of appreciation to one and only Dr. Ivana Hassa.
Thank you very much.
Once again, thank you very much for all of your amazing participations and contributions. And thank you very much to our keynote speakers who have participated on this year's ICoGEE. Ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, let's have a together photo session. I kindly invite you to open your camera so that the operator can capture all of us anyway. All right, I think we're ready. So the operator. Okay, now for the first time, I'm counting down 3, 2, 1. Okay. Next. Again, I'm counting down 3, 2, 1. Okay, for the next one, I'm counting down again. 3, 2, 1. Again, counting down. 3, 2, 1. Last one. Okay, 3, 2, 1. All right. So all of the participants, thank you very much.
Thank
Ladies and
you.
gentlemen,
Thank you.
after this, we will have a break until 1 p.m. and we will continue with the parallel session. You may stay in the virtual room or please directly join the breakout room to your parallel session at 1 p.m. We wish you all a joyful and insightful plenary session. I am Sandi Ferianda. See you all again on the closing ceremony.
Oke, jazakallah. Terima kasih semuanya. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you, Pak Fendi.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you.
Let's see, Lisa.
I want to tell you about a beautiful place, an island in the land of Sumatra, surrounded by beaches and blue sea. Kepulauan Bangka Belitung. I felt the beauty of this island when I looked at the rows of green hills surrounding Lake Pading. I felt the sunlight reflecting off the water as it touched my face. The presence of culture is visible everywhere and so strong. I just realized that these islands are so historic and a testament to the struggle of a nation's proclaimer, Soekarno-Hatta. It can be seen from the structure of the traditional houses that makes me endlessly admire it. The abundant wealth of the sea is a source of variety of foods that are so tempting. Even some foods that are legendary until now can still be enjoyed from generation to generation. The experience of exploring these islands inspired my friendship with a friend out there. And today I plan to celebrate our friendship on this island, together sharing the excitement and stories of the places where I live.
Temukan keseruan dan pengalaman berkesanmu di Kepulauan Bangka Belitung. Siapa yang
nature always impart a remembrance of sweetness in our hearts. Similar to a loveliness stored at the edge of memory to keep giving us a reason to smile. Similar to Kepulauan Bangka Belitung, its marine blue sea felt as if mesmerizing us to dive into the splendor of Indonesia. Along with the lining of its coastal rocks, somehow felt to be embedding magic, bearing us to keep in mind of how exotic this isle is.
Beautifully arranged poems, the work of the creator. Let's start the journey to create moments that will never be forgotten. With millions of eternal enchantments. And it's not just a dream come true, but this beauty is a true story that will not be missed. The land of brotherhood in a thick piece of diversity, a legacy with the tenderness of inspiration. An inheritance with characteristic strength that will never be found anywhere else. The aroma of truth. From the legacy of the archipelago, which will leave longing when it feels on the tongue of true hunters deliciously. A struggle becomes a trail on historic land, awakening the soul of adventure to the amazing nature and admiration for the lovers. When talking about natural wonders and the culture of Bangka Belitung is the answer to quench the thirst for eternal beauty. Ignite your adventurous soul. Start your journey. Like a series of beautifully arranged poems, the work of the Creator. Let's start the journey to create moments that will never be forgotten. With millions of eternal enchantments. And it's not just a dream come true, but this beauty is a true story that will not be missed. The land of brotherhood in a thick piece of diversity, a legacy with the tenderness of inspiration. An inheritance with characteristic strength that will never be found anywhere else. The aroma of truth is from the legacy of the archipelago, which will leave longing when it feels on the tongue of true hunters deliciously. A struggle becomes a trail on historic land, awakening the soul of adventure to the amazing nature and admiration for the lovers. When talking about natural wonders and the culture of Bangka Belitung is the answer to quench the thirst for eternal beauty. Ignite your adventurous soul. Start your journey.
I want to tell you about a beautiful place, an island in the land of Sumatra, surrounded by beaches and blue sea. Kepulauan Bangka Belitung. I felt the beauty of this island when I looked at the rows of green hills surrounding Lake Pading. I felt the sunlight reflecting off the water as it touched my face. The presence of culture is visible everywhere and so strong. I just realized that these islands are so historic and a testament to the struggle of a nation's proclaimer, Soekarno-Hatta. It can be seen from the structure of the traditional houses that makes me endlessly admire it. The abundant wealth of the sea is a source of variety of foods that are so tempting. Even some foods that are legendary until now can still be enjoyed from generation to generation. The experience of exploring these islands inspired my friendship with a friend out there. And today I plan to celebrate our friendship on this island, together sharing the excitement and stories of the places where I live.
Temukan keseruan dan pengalaman berkesanmu di Kepulauan Bangka Belitung.
Umit, ini apa nih yang bawah nih?
saya anak bayi ibu. Bareng jam 1. Hah? Ini bahkan lagi mau presentasi jam 1 prosedur internasional. Tapi belum mau ICoGEE. Oh ini ya? Yum. Kenapa? Yum.
Belum, saya belum lihat backthrough-nya di mana ya? Backthrough-nya di mana?
Di fotonya ini ada yang manggil. Pakai jam berapa?
1:30:45.
Sama-sama.
Assalamualaikum Bapak Ibu, adakah yang belum masuk ke breakout room? Pak Irfan, halo Pak Irfan Ansyari.
Halo Bapak, saya belum masuk ke breakout room yang
Room berapa Pak?
saya itu yang berapa ya? Saya mewakili Pak Bahja yang
ID berapa
nomor
Pak?
ini.
ID berapa?
ID-nya itu nomor 81 Pak, ID 81.
Sebentar dicek dulu. Roomnya masih ingat Pak di nomor berapa?
Oh, saya nggak ingat Pak.
Oke, ID 81 ya.
Ya.
Ntar kita masukin ya.
Oke, baik.
Oke Pak Irfan, di room 11 kami pindahkan ya.
Oke, baik. Room 11 ya Pak ya.
Oke.
Suara ya.
Halo Bapak Ibu, adakah yang belum masuk ke breakout room? Atau nggak tahu nomor roomnya berapa? Ya gimana Pak? Oh Pak Adop, oke Pak. Baik, kami pindahkan ke room 12 Pak.
Ya Bapak ya Pak.
Kemudian sudah lain
Mana Pak?
Pak Yonggi.
Kemudian dia akan tarik gunting untuk membentuk garisnya yang misalnya untuk
Pak Satrio, Pak Taufik, Bu Wahyu, maaf Bapak atau Ibu Wahyu Widayati. Apakah presenter ICoGEE? Mohon maaf.